for 1,300 years. Fathers teaching sons, and those sons teaching their sons in turn. These days, pretty much everyone carries a smartphone. So naturally, there's a vast range of accessories, both functional and decorative. Japanese users are especially fond of designs that add a touch of cuteness to their phones. I saw it first on Instagram. It's super cute. Harajuku is the center of Tokyo's kawaii pop culture and home to everything cute. Right now, flashy mirror cases are a trend, especially among young women. Some even feature actual mirrors for fixing your makeup on the go. Charming animal designs are always popular. Is this a smartphone case or a stuffed doll? Is she holding a phone or a fluffy toy? Here's another amusing concept, one that's very practical too. Smartphone stands have inspired whole miniature worlds like these cats. Soaking in a hot spring. Or enjoying TV. Such designs add a touch of comfort to any interior. Even power banks get the cute treatment. Here's one shaped like a Japanese street snack. And this one is a popular manga character. One of the biggest hits right now is this range of tiny cable accessories. Since their debut a year and a half ago, over 7 million have been sold. When you connect a cable, it looks like a tiny animal is chewing your phone. This was the brainchild of Ayaka Taniguchi. Everything I design aims to give products a more likable, human feel. These fit firmly over the cable end when you're charging your phone. The snug fit keeps the connection solid and ensures the cable won't fray. Because charging cables are constantly being plugged in and pulled out, it's quite common for the ends to fray and fail. For Taniguchi, this was a problem looking for a solution. The idea came to her one day seeing a dog on a leash. A little animal on the end of the cable would add strength and be fun too. These accessories aren't just super cute, they're functional too, as they protect your cable and extend its life. Taniguchi put a great deal of thought into the design. Look at his sweet little bottom. Doesn't that make you feel good? And the eyes droop a little with a gentle expression, so they never seem angry. One user on a social media site took her concept as far as it could go. It's so cute! It looks like he's chewing my phone. I love it so much! Smartphones may be essential for our life and work, but there's nothing to stop us making them fun. And that's exactly what these cute Japanese accessories do. Overlooking Tokyo Bay, Toyosu Market is the world's largest wholesale market. It's most famous, of course, for its fish, handling as many as 500 species from all over the globe. Tokyo's reputation for sushi and sashimi of unmatched quality relies on the fresh fish supplied daily through Toyosu. At 5 a.m., before the sun has even risen, the market is already packed with buyers. Because fish sales are a major function of all Japanese markets, they're handled by specialist brokers called nakagaini. Toyosu sells a huge variety of fish and seafood. And it is the Nakagainin who ensure freshness, taste and quality. These brokers know exactly which fish will precisely meet a customer's unique needs. Sushi restaurants especially depend on their skills. Each kind of fish has its own dedicated Nakagainin. This broker, for example, deals only in whitefish. The fish in these trays are exactly the same species and look identical to the untrained eye. It's easy for me to tell these ones have already become a little soft. I'll pick them for buyers who want fish for grilling or broiling, since they're more suitable for that. Just a quick look and he knows that the fish on the left will be best served as sashimi, while those on the right will be good for grilling. The fish on the left are line caught. The only damage is from hooks to their mouths. The ones on the right were netted. Nets abrade a fish's whole body so it loses freshness faster. The special ability to judge quality quickly by eye is known in Japanese as mekiki. Tokyo has had wholesale food markets since the 17th century. As the city and its markets grew, Nakagainin took on an ever more important role, recognized for their mekiki ability. Fumie Takeuchi is the owner and head chef of a high-end Tokyo sushi restaurant. One thing her customers always request is maguro, Pacific bluefin tuna, and she relies on Toyosu Market for the highest quality. I come here every day in order to get the very best maguro. Good morning. A lot came in today. Big ones are about 250 kilos. Takeuchi always buys from the same Nakagainin, Hiroki Fujita. It's not easy judging quality on the spot with the fish all heaped up on the floor. Fujita is the ultimate maguro specialist. He goes out on the floor in search of the exact quality of fish Takeuchi has asked for today. Maybe not. Takeuchi wants maguro that's fresh, soft and fatty. Fujita checks out fish after fish, searching for the absolute best. I know it'll be fatty from the white colour near its belly. A single glance at this fish's subtly different skin colour and texture tells Fujita it will have exactly the taste that Takeuchi needs. Once again, Takeuchi's customers will enjoy sushi of unmatchable quality. Even sushi chefs can't do what Fujita does. If he says it's good, it will be. His eye is the best. There's no one like him. Tokyo chefs have made this city a gourmet paradise, but they couldn't do it without the Toyosu Market Nakagainin and their incredible eye for quality. The Japanese have always preferred wooden homes and buildings for their warm, human qualities. New technological developments now promise to return this traditional material to its central role in building construction. The concern with wood has always, of course, been fire. Buildings must be resistant to the fires that often occur after disasters like earthquakes. Finally, cutting-edge Japanese technologies can now bring wooden materials that won't catch fire. It looks like water, but this is in fact glass, liquefied by a special process. Two identical wooden structures, one coated with this liquefied glass and one untreated. Even with repeated dousing in gasoline, the coated wood refuses to burn, and the structure retains its shape. When we brush off the soot, we can see the wood is completely unharmed. The glass has protected it from the flames. From homes to bridges, this technology has a huge range of applications. Another new wood technology takes a completely different approach. This concert hall is in Yamagata in the northeastern Tohoku region. It seats 1,400 and has been officially recognized as the world's largest concert hall built out of wood. Structures designed for large numbers of people are required to safely resist fires. Kazuyoshi Kimura runs the local Yamagata company that developed the technology that made this possible. Their idea was to protect the structural integrity of supporting wooden pillars with a layer that prevents the fire attacking their core. Japan's culture of wood buildings inspired this technology that I hope will encourage wooden construction worldwide. Kimura's pillar has 3 layers. 2 layers of wood separated by a layer of fire-resistant gypsum board. Around the structural wooden pillar at the core is wrapped a layer of gypsum board containing about 20% water. A second layer of wood is added to the outside. In a fire, first the outer wooden layer completely burns off. Next, the flames attack the inner gypsum board layer. However, the high temperature causes the moisture in the gypsum board to evaporate as steam. As long as steam is being produced, the functional inner wooden core is protected. This wooden construction can survive a 3-hour fire at 1,000 degrees Celsius. Here's a test pillar after burning. There are no traces of charring on the inner wooden pillar. It's as fire resistant as steel or concrete. This lets us use wood to build structures that until now could only be made safely from steel or concrete. These new Japanese technologies could safely bring back the comfort and human touch of wood to buildings around the world. Wooden buildings simply feel nicer and more friendly to be in.
For more than a century, generations of Boulder residents have tirelessly worked to safeguard the unique and breathtaking landscapes that surround them. Starting with a community vote to purchase land at the base of the Flatirons in 1898, to instituting the United States' first municipal tax for open space acquisitions in 1967, the City of Boulder has a long legacy of community-driven stewardship and innovation. Today, the City of Boulder's Open Space and Mountain Parks Department, our city partners, and generous volunteers from our community work to preserve and continue our shared legacy of open space conservation. While you're out on the trail and enjoying the incredible vistas, you may not see the hard work our community and open space and mountain parks do to manage, conserve, and improve Boulder's open space for our community and for future generations. Here are some of the highlights of what Open Space and Mountain Parks employees, volunteers, and our community accomplished in 2015. We completed a new 1.9-mile trail that provides our visitors access to Joder Ranch, which is a beautiful stretch of open space north of Boulder. We also made significant progress in developing the North Trail Study Area Plan. This plan will help improve visitor experiences on open space north of Boulder while also conserving the land's natural, agricultural, and cultural resources. In 2015, Open Space and Mountain Parks prioritized the rebuilding of infrastructure that was damaged during the devastating 2013 floods. We rebuilt and improved the heavily damaged Sanitas Valley Trail. We built a new bridge over South Boulder Creek. We finished the rebuilding of the Gregory Canyon Access Road and its damaged trailhead. We repaired and rerouted many flood-damaged trails. With the help of volunteers and our community, we've completed more than 100 flood recovery projects. One of those was planned and led by a local teenager and won a prestigious award from the Environmental Protection Agency. While we have made significant headway in our flood recovery efforts, we have more work to do. Open Space and Mountain Parks is planning to design and complete more than a dozen projects in 2016. That flood recovery work will help make our open space infrastructure more resilient and sustainable for the future. Every year, Open Space and Mountain Parks is inspired by the amazing generosity of our community, and 2015 was no different. Volunteers gave back to their land by providing more than 20,000 hours of service. These projects maintain the city's trail system and help improve visitor experiences. They also help improve agricultural areas and safeguard sensitive wildlife and plant habitats. In addition to creating volunteer opportunities, Open Space and Mountain Parks outreach and education staff, along with numerous volunteers, helped visitors connect with our community's open space. In 2015, they provided more than 630 guided hikes and educational presentations to at least 15,000 people. That outreach work sought to engage the community through an inclusive approach that inspires appreciation, connection, and a legacy of stewardship. In 2015, Open Space and Mountain Parks also worked to protect, sustain, and restore the land's important natural resources. We thinned 146 acres of forest growth and helped to conduct a large prescribed fire. This work will help to improve the health of our open space forest ecosystems and reduce wildfire risks for Boulder neighborhoods. Seasonal wildlife closures also help local raptor species such as peregrine falcons, golden eagles, and bald eagles to raise dozens of baby birds in 2015. Our community's efforts to protect local birds of prey would not be possible without the Volunteer Raptor Monitoring Program, which celebrated its 30th anniversary in 2015. That volunteer program has helped to make City of Boulder open space, especially the Flatirons, one of the prime areas in Colorado for nesting birds of prey. In 2015, Open Space and Mountain Parks ecologists also collaborated with the department's agricultural staff to help conserve our native grasslands, some of which are globally rare. This work included partnering with local ranchers on prescribed grazing to reduce invasive weed species near the National Center for Atmospheric Research. Open Space and Mountain Parks agricultural staff, which works to preserve the area's agricultural traditions, also worked to increase local food production in 2015. They converted 12 acres of land where open space lessees can now grow vegetables and other foods. In 2015, Open Space and Mountain Parks and our community worked hard to provide more opportunities to enjoy the land, while also ensuring that the diverse resources found on our shared land are conserved too. But as stewards of the city's open space, we couldn't have done any of it without the guidance of our Open Space Board and the incredible generosity of our community. So, thank you.
Ah, beautiful Boulder, Colorado. The majestic Flatirons, the bounty of hills and mountains of trash that could have been recycled or composted.
Turns out 90% of what we throw away could have been recycled or composted. Let's change that. Boulder's taking action to become a zero-waste community. Zero waste means that instead of using something once and then burying it into the ground, you send it to the right spot so it can be made into something new. Think of it as a loop instead of a one-way street. So let's talk about how to properly sort your trash into 3 categories. It really matters what you throw where, since the contents of each bin go to 3 completely separate facilities. Let's sort it out, starting with recyclables. There are a lot of familiar items that can go into the recycling bin. We're going to give you a second to take that all in. Many people know that styrofoam is a recycling no-no, but so are plastic bags, plastic wrap, plastic utensils, and gloves. The number one thing to know, numbers on plastics and the recycling symbols don't matter. What matters more is the shape of the object. These bottles, tubs, jugs, and jars are all recyclable. The numbers are for manufacturers. Something is only recyclable if it can be made into something new. Think a plastic bag sent to the wrong spot is no big deal? Think again. At least twice a day, jam bags have to be removed from the recycling center equipment. The second biggest problem item? Coffee cups and lids. These cannot be recycled. Other confusing items include plastic lids. Be sure to leave them on. Berry containers, wax-coated drink boxes, bound notebooks, and staples are all okay. Give your food containers a rinse and ball up foil, but resist the urge to crush cans and other items, which confuse the sorting machines. We like to say that if it was alive in your lifetime, it can be composted, so that means all food waste, including meat, bones, and dairy. The Heat at Our Compost site has the power to break down a pile of baby back rib bones and the mass of dirty napkins that piled up while you ate them. But plastic is another story. Keep anything plastic lined, like to-go boxes, out of the compost. Don't be conned by these faux compost items labeled biodegradable, organic, or natural. Your item must say BPI certified compostable. When in doubt, look for the BPI logo. Any contaminated paper products with food on them that would normally be recycled, like last night's pizza box, now should be composted. Last, and we hope least filled, landfill. Landfills are designed to keep out air, water, and sunlight while trash sits there without breaking down for a long, long time. Only a fraction of what you throw out should end up in this dark, sad mountain of methane-releasing waste. For chip bags, squeeze tubes, styrofoam, anything plastic lined, dog poop, and candy wrappers, these all go in the landfill. The recycling bin is for paper and containers, but keep out plastic bags, plastic-coated paper like to-go boxes, and coffee cups. Things like paper towels and tissues can join your food and yard waste in the compost, but again, keep plastics out. Visit ZeroWasteBoulder.com for a full list of items and where they belong. Together, we can help Boulder become a zero-waste community.
the City of Boulder Planning Board meeting for June 20th, 2019.
Thank you.
And I'm almost going to hit the thing, but not quite. So the first order of business on our agenda tonight is the approval of meeting minutes. We don't have any of those, so it'll be pretty quick. And then the next thing is public participation, and this is for folks who have signed up, who are in the audience here to speak to us on something that is not on our agenda for tonight. Has anyone signed up, or anybody out there? Okay. Next is the discussion of dispositions, call-ups, and continuations. We have 2 call-ups in front of us tonight, one for a pedestrian bridge floodplain development permit, and the other for the replacement of Cantina Laredo with a Shake Shack in the 20th Street Mall. Does anybody want to talk about those or ask questions of staff? No?
Well, could I ask just one quick question on the bridge? Is that just the one over this, over the creek, or is it also the portion over the Silver Lake Ditch? Does anyone happen to know that? Is there two little bridges there? And when I looked at the circle, it looked like it was over both of them. Thank you.
Okay, before we go further, I think I need to recuse myself.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Because you live close to there.
Property close to that, so.
Okay. Thanks, John. We'll call you eventually.
Sorry, I didn't know I was going to
It's okay.
complicate things.
So Alicia Geiger, Flood and Wetland Engineering. So it's just the one over the creek.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure.
Cool.
Thank you for getting up and answering that.
You're welcome.
Okay. Should we get John back or not? What do you guys think?
Hi.
Okay.
Unless somebody
I think he's done the damage already, the way he looked at her.
I'm not sure that was.
All right. Sorry, John. It's especially a good joke because he's actually back there watching the TV where I'm making the joke about him. It's very meta. Okay, so no call-ups happening tonight. Then we have 3 public hearing items in front of us. The first one is to review, site review for 2150 Folsom. The second one is for a call-up on 3350 Bluff Street, which relates to the Spark development project. And the third one is 90 and 96 Arapahoe site review. So we are going to begin those with a presentation by staff. So we're going to start on item 5A.
Great. Thanks very much. Good evening, members of the board. Shannon Moeller will present staff's analysis tonight.
Good evening.
All right. Good evening, board. So tonight's first hearing is for the site review at 2150 Folsom. It's an 8-unit residential development. So I'll just give you a brief overview of the info in staff's memo, including the site conditions and surrounding context, the proposed project, key issues for discussion, and a recommendation to the board. So this proposal is here tonight because it's eligible for and has applied for site review. It includes a request for additional density in the RH2 zoning district and a 53% parking reduction, which require a decision by planning board. The property is located east of Folsom between Spruce and Pine. The Boulder and White Rock Ditch passes through the property. An alley is platted running east-west through the site, but does not physically cross or connect to the ditch or connect across the ditch. In these photos, you can see the 2 existing residential buildings on the northern portion of the site, which contain a total of 3 dwelling units and 1 rooming unit, a detached garage, and a fence across the platted alley, which is currently used for parking. In terms of context, the property is surrounded by a mix of building types, styles, and uses. To the north and south of the site are auto repair businesses, including Chan Auto Repair to the north and Hoshi Motors to the south. To the east are residential units in a mix of densities, including a 2-unit property along Pine and a 4-unit multi-story building along Spruce. And to the west are a mix of residential and non-residential buildings along Folsom, including Alpine Eyewear to the northwest, a 1-unit residential property, and an office building formerly occupied by Farmers Insurance. And Greenleaf Park is located to the southwest. The Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan designates the property mixed-density residential, and the proposed project meets the applicable standards for plan density and land uses as a residential use. And this subject property is not located in any existing historic district or in any area plan. The property is split zoned, the northern portion zoned residential mixed 1 and the southern portion zoned RH2, residential high 2. And both zoning districts allow for attached dwelling units, but the RH2 district allows for a higher density of units.
Excuse me, could you mind just bringing your microphone a little closer?
Oh, sorry. I get that a lot. In terms of transportation, the site's adjacent to the on-street bike lanes within Folsom and a designated bike lane along Pine. And it's less than a quarter mile from transit stops at Pearl and 28th Street for several bus routes, such as the HOP 205, 205T, and Bolt routes that provide service throughout and outside of town, including to the Downtown Boulder Transit Center, Gun Barrel, and Longmont. So moving to the proposal, it includes 8 attached dwelling units in 2 buildings. The northern building would consist of a duplex and the southern building of 6 dwelling units. They're a mix of sizes and types ranging from 2 4-bedroom duplex units, 2 and 3-bedroom townhome style units, and 1-bedroom flats. And the buildings are primarily 3 stories tall and include individual entrances along Folsom. And they're designed with a reduced massing and a greater setback from Pine Street. In terms of access, the site plan eliminates an existing excess vehicular access point from Folsom and proposes 1 access point for the property using the existing alley. Staff has recommended that the applicant vacate the alley, which would eliminate the city's maintenance responsibility for this area, which is only utilized to access this property. And garage and surface parking spaces are proposed internal to the development, away from public view. Long and short-term bike parking is provided in excess of minimum requirements, and the proposal includes new public sidewalks and updates to bike lanes adjacent to the property to meet current design standards. And ground level open space is proposed throughout the site, but primarily to the north and east of the buildings. Between the buildings and the ditch, and it's proposed in a mix of lawn, landscaped areas, and decorative paved areas, and in the right-of-way is tree lawn. And the ditch would be reconstructed in keeping with city and ditch company standards to improve the ditch function and maintenance. And private open space is also included for units on porches, patios, and upper-level balconies. So as described in the staff memo, the proposal includes modifications to the development standards. It includes a request for additional density in RH2 in the southern area of the site, which allows for 6 dwelling units where 3 are permitted by right. The proposal includes a 53% parking reduction request to allow for 7 parking spaces as counted per code, where 15 spaces are required. In support of the reduction, the applicant conducted a parking study and provided a parking management plan and transportation demand management plan. The applicant's parking study identified that at least 45 on-street parking spaces were always available during the study period along Pine and Spruce within a block of the site. And the proposal also includes 5 vehicle lifts within garages, which, while not included in the parking count per code, will be available to future residents of the buildings. And to further reduce demand for parking on the site, the applicant will provide an alternative transportation subsidy fund to the residents of the development for 3 years to fund alternative transportation options such as transit passes, car shares, ride sharing, and bike shares. The proposal includes modifications to the setbacks along Spruce, Pine, Folsom, and the alley, and provides a greater than the minimum setback to the east property line where the nearest adjacent dwelling units exist. And the proposed setback modifications allow for a strong street presence along Folsom while providing adequate separation between the proposal and neighboring properties. And lastly, as permitted in section 9911, the applicants propose to provide 360 square feet or 10% of the required usable open space for the RH2 zone portion of the property within the public right-of-way as landscape tree lawn, with the remaining 90% provided on-site as a mix of landscaped and decorative paved areas and private open spaces as porches and balconies. So these modification requests can be approved through the site review process if the board finds that the overall proposal meets the site review criteria in section 9214H. So moving on to the proposed building architecture, the design's intended to create a strong street presence along Folsom. So here you can see some views looking south and southeast along Folsom Street. And here's some additional renderings facing northeast from the intersection of Folsom and Spruce, and facing directly north from Spruce. And finally, zooming into the Folsom Street facade, the rendering shows the pedestrian-oriented design with individual entries to each dwelling unit and windows and balconies facing onto the street. This building includes durable materials, including brick, 3 coats, stucco, metal, and fiber cement lap siding. Moving to the key issues, staff identified the proposal's consistency with BVCP policies and the relevant site review criteria as the key issues. To start with, staff found the proposal is in keeping with the land use designation for the site and fulfilled many BVCP policies, including those listed on this slide. To highlight just a few, staff found the proposal successfully provided a compact development pattern, sensitive infill and redevelopment, and an enhanced design in keeping with 2.03, 2.33, and 2.41. The proposal includes updates to the existing ditch, which maintain the ditch as a recognizable urban feature and address long-term functional and maintenance concerns in keeping with policy 2.23. And the proposal is supported by a TDM plan, which provides for updates to access, sidewalks, and bike lanes in keeping with the city's transportation plans and connectivity policies as listed in 6.05 and 6.18. And finally, the proposal fulfills several BVCP policies related to housing, including adding to the city's housing base and providing a mix of housing as listed in policies 1.10, 6.06, 7.06, and 7.09. And the complete analysis is in the staff memo on those. And moving to the second key issue, staff evaluated if the project meets the site review criteria of the land use code. So as previously discussed, the proposal does include modifications to density in the RH2 zone, a parking reduction, and modifications to setbacks in open space. Staff found that the parking reduction request met the requirements in 9214 H2K to adequately provide parking for residents and visitors through its provision of a parking study, TDM plan, parking management plan, inclusion of on-site parking and vehicle lifts, and an alternative transportation subsidy fund. And staff also found that the overall proposal, including the proposed modifications, met the relevant site review criteria in 9214H. In terms of public notice, required public notice was given in the form of written notification to property owners within 600 feet. A sign was posted on the property for at least 10 days and public notices were published, and therefore all public notice requirements have been met. Staff received several public comments on the proposal and kept interested persons apprised of the proposal and scheduled planning board date. Comments staff received in opposition to the development included concerns regarding parking challenges in the area, the character and scale of the buildings, alterations to the ditch and removal of trees, and concerns about existing high water levels in the ditch during heavy rains. Additionally, a neighbor communicated a dispute regarding title to the ditch parcels for which the city has since received adequate title policy documentation. Staff also received some comments in support of the proposal, stating that it would be an improvement to the property. And comments are included in attachment G of the staff memo. In response to the neighborhood feedback, the applicant revised the building massing and provided a parking study, parking management plan, and TDM plan to address the parking concerns. And in terms of the city's process, if the proposal receives site review approval, it can then move forward with applications for technical documents, subdivision plat, vacation of the platted alley, and building permits. So to wrap up, staff found the proposal to be consistent with the relevant BVCP policies and site review criteria and recommends that the planning board approve the site review application.
Great, thanks very much. We have a presentation from the applicant. Or actually, I guess first, does anybody have questions of staff? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, John.
I'd like to
Please.
have a couple questions.
Yeah.
I'm very interested in what's happening to the ditch and to the trees along the ditch. Have you discussed this with the ditch company?
Yes, the ditch company is a party to the application, and they've been reviewing the development alongside us with what's being proposed. The ditch is proposed to be reconstructed as a concrete lined channel, an open channel. There will be removal of some trees in the area.
So the renderings you show show huge trees behind it, but I'm wondering if that's realistic, given the proposal to line the ditch and presumably eliminate leakage and that those trees depend on.
Yeah, my understanding is that some of those trees are going to be removed. The trees that are proposed to be removed are generally invasive species or trees that are in poor health. So that is part of the proposal, to remove some.
So there will be some trees that remain along the ditch even after the ditch reconstruction? I'm trying to understand how that happens.
Yeah, there's a plan in the plan document set that identifies trees that are proposed to stay and proposed to be removed.
And is the area devoted to the ditch, does that count as open space?
None of the area in the ditch is proposed to count as open space.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions of staff?
Yes. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Oh, okay. So in both zoning districts, there's a 600 square feet of open space required per unit.
Yes.
So that's 4,800, right?
Yes.
So if they're asking for 360 to be in the right of way for that piece, that's not 10%. That's
so each
right?
The open space has to be fulfilled within the zoning district. So the southern part would have 6 units for 3,600 required down there.
Oh, so that's just all in that.
So that's why that part, yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I have 2 questions, one just back to the microphone. I have 2 questions. One goes back to the tree question. So on in the docket material, there's a graphic of all the trees that are to be removed, and it looks like most of the trees from that site. And I realize it's not currently the most beautiful site on the planet, but it is. There are native mature trees there. Does the city have any concerns about the removal of all those mature trees?
So the application was reviewed by our landscape architect, and they did look at that closely to see which of those, make sense to remove. They agreed with the arborist recommendations that are provided on that sheet that generally list which ones are recommended for removal.
So is this proposal reflect the arborist recommendations or the developer's plans? Just some clarification would be helpful.
Yeah, they were in agreement, so there wasn't a concern among staff, among our landscape architecture staff, about what was being proposed.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So then my other question has to do with this alternative transportation fund. This is a new thing to me. Is this something that the city has done before, and what is it, and why just 3 years, given that people will be living here for far longer than 3 years?
Yeah, that's so that fund, that's my understanding is that's intended for smaller residential developments. We have other options that are available for larger projects, but for one of this size, it's an option for the applicant to provide a fund. That money is collected and held by the city, and then the residents can use that money to use it for those different alternative transportation options that are listed in the memo, and then the city will provide that money back over time. And the 3 years is typically what our transportation folks recommend for establishing a fund like that. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff?
I'll ask a quick, excuse me. Vacation of the alley, I was just curious, is it currently required for the city to maintain it right now? Because it is pretty encumbered by private property. But right now, the city is really responsible for it.
Yeah, it's our right of way, so technically, yes.
It's interesting. Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions for staff, or should we move into the applicant presentation?
I want to follow up on that. There was a reference in one of the staff memos about the idea proposed by staff of actually building a bridge over the ditch in order to connect the alleyway to the rest of the alleyway. And I'm curious what happened to that, obviously the outcome of that conversation was no, but I'd sort of be curious why.
Yeah, there was an ongoing conversation during the review of the project in terms of, is that feasible, and is that something that the city can require and place the burden on this property to build a bridge across that ditch? And through our conversations with the applicant, transportation staff determined that that was not going to be feasible in this scenario, as well as the fact that we don't have a transportation connections plan that actually requires the applicant to make that connection. So.
All good? Okay. Time for the applicant presentation. Thanks, guys. Welcome.
Thank you, Adrian Sofer, Sofer Sparn Architects. The site is split zoned, as you know, but also the history is that the applicant, Jim Terrell, purchased the property in 2011, and the property that he purchased was the upper left section, the northwest parcel, excuse me. And as you can see, it's not in the best state of repair. This property as a rental, which is a series of rental units, would have to be brought up to the City of Boulder's Energy Code by 2019, I believe was the date. I don't know if that shifted. But he recognized that subsequent to the flooding that occurred in 2013, and you can see the state of this house, these two structures during that flood, that it really made no sense to try and improve this as is. Also, the ditch company, which ostensibly owns the parcels, the other three parts of this site, Mr. Terrell approached the ditch company about possibly improving the ditch itself as a part of purchasing the land, and improving it so that this kind of flooding would not occur again in the future. Right now, one of the reasons why they can't build a bridge over it is because the flow line of the ditch and the height of what it would take to cover over it would mean that it would meeting the grades on the east side of the parcel adjacent to other structures, it could not be met. But we did investigate that thoroughly. I'm happy to answer any more questions about it. So at that time, Mr. Terrell started to look at what could be done with a larger parcel. We've got involved around 2015, but this is a very interesting property. You can see it occurs where Folsom Street actually starts to bend from the north-south orientation of the street to the slightly skewed grid of the downtown street grid, which runs really adjacent or parallel with the canyon rather than the north-south axis. It is also a transition area from the BVRC, which is literally ending 1 block or 2 blocks south of us, and the larger scale structures that come from the regional center and the density that is associated with it as it transitions to the mixed density of the RMX1, which includes both single-family residences and multifamily residences that have developed over time which is over many years the zoning capabilities of that area has changed, but fundamentally the RH2 zone, which is the green in that slide, occurs in areas adjacent to more single-family and lower density zones, but it is in fact a high-density zone. And it's the only high-density zone in the city that requires planning board approval to do high-density housing. High density meaning up to 27 DUs per acre. But in order to get that increase in density, the applicant has to come before this board and show that they're doing what they need to do to make it compatible with the neighborhood. All other RH zones do not have to do that, but the RH2 does. And that's why we're asking for the density bonus. They don't limit square footage, however. They only limit the amount of units. So the total amount of square footage can be greater, but you're forced, if you're going to build that square footage, to do it in larger units rather than smaller ones. Consequently, the site review process is required if you're going to do anything other than larger units to meet that threshold. As I said, we started talking to the Terrells in 2015, and at that time we were looking at what the ditch company was asking for, which was a completely covered and enclosed ditch, 4 sides, a full box culvert around it, and we attempted to address both the required parking on the site, which in the RH2 zone has that 1 car for 1 bedrooms, 1.5 cars for 2 bedrooms, and so on. So there's actually a fairly substantial parking requirement on the site. In each case, we were trying to treat these as townhomes that could be split into multiple units if we got the approval of the board for additional units. So they're either stacked flats or townhouses, but also to address that corner that faces south to the northern turning of Folsom, as we looked earlier in the diagram. As time went on, we started to realize we were paying a heavy premium for trying to get all the parking on this site that is actually required by the city code. It forced us to have very small ground floor frontages for each unit, ostensibly nothing more than a home office and a staircase, maybe a little storage behind the parking. And so as time went on, and I mean many years, we looked at various options that finally we went back to the ditch company and said, what about a 3-sided ditch that does not have a lid on it, and let's not try and get parking access through the back sides of the units. Instead, we'll use the alley and do lifts in each of the garages. And to do lifts, staff has supported our recommendation and suggestion to do it, but it's not counted as parking per the city code for what a standard vehicle space is. Consequently, we had to ask for the larger parking reduction. But what we have instead at this point are enclosed garages with a couple of on-site spaces, and the enclosed garages have 2 stories essentially. In each of those enclosed garages, except for the handicap van accessible one, has a lift in it. And at this point, the current proposal reflects all of those changes that we just described. From 2018 to 2019, we looked at, with staff, at a few other things that we could do to make this a little bit more compatible with a pedestrian-oriented street facade along Folsom. We increased the setback and reduced the size of that projecting mast that faces south. We also looked at ways in which we could make the ground floor more pedestrian-friendly. We increased the size of the porches. We added more front-facing windows. We moved the kitchens to the street side. And generally, we feel like at this point, we've done a fair amount of work with staff to make this a fairly pedestrian-friendly proposal. And just a few slides here on what we're proposing in terms of materials, which I'm happy to go into detail on. In terms of impacts and the compatibility with the surroundings, each of these in blue are all structures on the adjacent sites that are over 25 feet and some that are probably over 35 feet. And so in terms of this area, there's a real mix. So we feel that it's very compatible in the context of a lot of things that may be incompatible with one another. But you can see adjacent to us, there's already a 3.5-story building with a sloped roof, and it's probably over 35 feet. And in terms of setbacks, you'll find that there's setbacks all over the place, both on Spruce Street and Pine Street, as well as along Folsom, some of which are within just a few feet of the sidewalk themselves. And these are photos from across the street from this site. In terms of the adjacent neighbor to the west, pardon me, to the east, We've kept a setback of over 100 feet to the adjacent property. Those are actual trees that were there when this photo was taken. I believe now the ditch company, as is their right and as they do all over town, does their ditch maintenance and removes trees from blocking the ditch. We will, of course, be planting new trees in support of the requirements of the site review and in accordance with making a good home for people. This is before and after along the same street face, and another one of those kinds of shots. Looking northward towards that corner where Folsom goes from 2 lanes to 1, and the widened bike lane occurs right at this site. So the larger structure at the corner helps to slow down traffic, and just as it does at Pearl Street and Broadway. And looking back from Chan's Automotive, details of how the building is made. Basically, the ground floor is now through units from front to back. There's ground floor accommodation in every unit. The second floor is the main sleeping level and home office, while the top level is, in each case, a through space that opens both to the long views towards the west and towards the backyards for every unit. So happy to take any questions, but that's pretty much what we have for you.
Great. Thanks very much. Does anyone have questions for the applicant? John?
So just to complete your tale of the ownership of the various properties, who owns the ditch alignment now?
The ditch. Or at least I'm going to defer that to our attorney, if you don't mind.
Wow, sounds complicated.
Hi, I'm Maureen Eldridge with Hutchison Black & Cook. I'm attorney for the applicant. The ditch area, I don't know if anyone can put up there's a long strip to the east of the 2 triangular parcels. It's owned by the ditch company in a type of title called fee simple determinable. We have provided a title insurance commitment that was updated today, and that has been provided to the city attorney, and I think is maybe in your package. But any of it, they have insured that parcel, and they've provided a commitment for title insurance on that parcel. So it belongs to the ditch company, and it will be sold to the applicant as soon as we get approvals.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. Other questions for the applicant? Sarah?
There were several references in the in the various staff memos about, I believe it was the mass of the northern side of the building along Pine, and requesting you try to reduce the mass somehow. And I get the sense that didn't happen.
Oh, it did.
Oh, it did. So
Oh,
can you
significantly.
describe what it was and what it is now?
Yeah, I don't know if you can see it in the plans, but I think the best place to show it to you is in that street elevation along Pine. If I can get there.
That's Spruce.
You can see where it's measured 101 feet. That is to a 14-foot high, essentially tall single-story element. And then the corner of the stair is up at the corner of Folsom and Pine. So it's actually a 1-story mass along that section of Folsom. Beyond, you can see the 3-story section, but it really is quite far removed. And if you look along Pine Street, yes, there are porches and so forth, but this is very much in scale with that. And it's also set back 25 feet from the street. So there's a fair amount of landscape area as well, buffering all of that. Now, of course, that big tree may not still be there, I'm not sure, but there are other trees that we are planting, and that's all part of the site review requirements.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? David?
Yes, so when I looked at the letter from that you sent to the city, it kind of piqued my interest because it said the housing, the IH requirement would not be met on-site, therefore on-site affordable is planned. I was just, or it said.
It's a typo, actually.
Oh, is it? It said that it is not anticipated that the IH requirement would not be met on the site. That was it.
Yes.
It's a double negative.
Double negative.
So that means it would be met on the site?
No.
No, okay. Great. 'Cause
Triple negative.
Thank you, because it referenced.
No, and yes, it's not.
Okay, because it referenced a spreadsheet, and I looked for it, and I couldn't find it, so I just wanted to make sure I knew. Okay, great. Thank you.
Question. Any other questions, John?
Yeah. You mentioned that in the planning process, at one point you considered covering the ditch.
Actually, the ditch company wanted it.
Or somebody in the picture considered it.
Yes.
So why did that cease to be part of the final option?
There are a number of reasons, not least of which is they were also requiring a trash rack and access to clean out that trash rack at the expense of the owner. And the complication of all of that was significant. So in fact, if you look at the south side of the crossing at Spruce Street, there's no trash rack. There's just a low underpass that water flows to get under Spruce and then through this site. So we'd ostensibly provide a trash rack and a maintenance system that they don't themselves now do. It's very difficult to keep that thing clean at all times because you never know what couch or other bedding might be coming down that stream at any given time. And also, it felt like it was a huge impact on the site. It did give us the ability to then drive over the top of it, but landscaping on top of it was complicated. And it just felt like we were struggling really hard to try and make this site work because also then we had to give up a lot of that ground floor to cars. And if we could limit the car to just access off the then alley or the alley right-of-way, much more of the site was available for landscape, essentially.
Well, it seems to me it's two different things. One is to cover the ditch, and the other is to decide whether that should be used for vehicle access.
Well, the problem is you still had to, to us, they were part of the same story. It's true, we didn't have to use it for vehicle access, but covering the ditch meant that we would then have to cover the top of the ditch.
Right.
You know, we'd have to find a way to put landscape on top of that, and the whole thing gets raised up higher than the first floor of the units, and if we didn't put parking on top of it. So it was...
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Sarah?
So this may be the challenge of having a mom who thinks editing is a way of life. But when I read through your proposal, the language you used around the stacked parking didn't sound like a guarantee. It sounded more like this is our plan. Is it a fundamental part of your proposal that it will be stacked parking?
Site review approval requires it.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions, David?
On the parking, I noticed that the plan is to assign the parking spaces to the units. I wondered if you considered maybe having them be priced separately and allocated based on, need and that kind of thing. It would be more in keeping with SUMP, but.
They're not a common garage. They're separate garages.
Yeah.
And we're not looking to sell the garage spaces to people outside of the property, so it's not like a managed parking arrangement for BJAD.
Okay.
There's only 6 garages. So at the scale that we're at, unbundling it is certainly possible, but what's more likely in that instance is that you have the possibility that nobody's using the parking space. We're not trying to create a market for parking on this site. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah.
Other questions? Anybody else? Good. Okay. Do we have some folks signed up? Okay. So this is the moment where folks from the public can come speak to us about this project. If you want to speak to us about this project and you haven't signed up yet, please see the board secretary and she can sign you up over there. Right now we have 2 folks signed up. We've got Neil O'Toole first and then Maria Richmond. And the way this works is you get to come up to the podium. There are lights, you have 3 minutes, and the green light means you're good, and the red light means it's a hard stop and you're done. So, Neil O'Toole, are you here? Okay. And then next is Maria Richmond, so you can kind of tee up and get ready.
Excuse me, I'm a little bit ill today. Could the city attorney comment on...
Sorry, Neil, I should have said, you have to start off by giving your name and your address.
Neil O'Toole, 2510 Pine Street.
Thanks.
Could the city attorney comment on the title commitment?
We can ask after your testimony, yeah.
Because I believe it's been revoked.
Okay, thanks. Do you guys want to answer that now or wait till after all the public comment? Maybe after?
Yeah, let's go through public comment first.
Okay, sounds good. Great, so next up is Maria Richmond.
Actually, let me answer it now so people can speak to it, I guess. I actually have a copy of the title commitment, and I think there'll be two, but the one that they're referencing, I believe, is just about the ditch parcels. And as Maureen Aldrich mentioned, the ditch parcel has a fee simple determinable interest, which is a pretty unusual property interest. And there was actually a quiet title action involving these two ditch parcels, both the northern and southern parcel, north of the right-of-way and south of the right-of-way, that also involved the neighbors. So we've been aware of this and have been following it closely. The quiet title action was trying to establish a fee simple interest versus fee simple determinable interest. And a fee simple determinable interest is a property interest that's subject to a condition. In this case, it's so long as the parcels are being used for ditch purposes. If that use stops, then title goes automatically back to the original grantor or heirs. And the ditch company obtained title in the 1800s, late 1800s, so a very, very long time ago. So the ditch company filed a quiet title action and tried to establish a fee simple title based on a couple of adverse possession types arguments. They were successful in the district court. The appellate court overturned and said you didn't establish that you have fee simple title, but both courts mentioned that there was a fee simple determinable title. And that's what the title commitment shows as well for those two titles. And while this condition is not in existence, while it's still being used for ditch purposes, which is not going to change here, all the title is actually in the current owner and not the original grantor or heirs that the title would go back to if this condition were to occur. So they do have current title, and we looked at it pretty closely. You guys don't usually see this because it's part of the application process. Applicants have to have a property owner consent filed so that we know the property owners are consenting to the development of the property, and we're not going through a review process of something that's not actually supported by the property owner. And that's what happened in this case. And then usually we confirm the ownership that's claimed in the persons of interest form through a title commitment. And I think the original title commitment did not show the fee simple determinable interest, but something else, and it referenced the lawsuit. But since then, that has been resolved. They didn't get the title they were hoping for, but they can still go forward with the title they have, in my opinion.
Okay, great, thanks. John?
Yeah, just out of curiosity, who was opposing this, this change in the title status in the courts?
I believe it was just the neighbors and none of the heirs. So when you file a quiet title action, you have to make a party to that action anybody who conceivably could have an interest in the property. I think many of the heirs were served. It has to be published in the paper, and the neighbors were served, and the neighbors fought the case, but but none of the heirs.
Thank you.
And I'll hand you a packet that has the persons of interest form, statement of the ditch company that they're planning to continue their service, a deed, and the title commitment for the record.
Thanks for that.
So,
Yeah, Peter, do you want to say something?
no, she's going to hand this out next. If the fee simple determinable, if the condition continues to be met, then there is no issue at all, correct? The condition being that it's used for ditch purposes?
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
Make 6 copies.
Okay,
That's okay.
I will quickly read through.
I'll place a copy for you.
Thank you.
I wish they taught that concept that clearly in law school, Hella.
Oh, thank you.
You ever get tired of this, go down to the law school.
I had to do some research too, but it was fun.
Maybe I'm just older and things make more sense now.
Okay, great, thanks. So the next up is, and thanks Hella very much for that. That was really useful, and I hope maybe it'll impact what other folks feel like as they're speaking to us as well. So I think it was well-timed. Maria Richmond, you're next, and then it's Maureen Eldridge and Jim Tyrol and Amy Hogan, pooling time. So Maria.
I'm Maria Richmond. I live at 2438 Pine Street, so I'm a neighbor. So in general, it's fine with me to have additional units, more units than I actually allowed. However, my big concern is the parking. And I must say, I'm a little confused now. I mean, is there still 43 or 53% reduction of the required parking? When he talked, it sounded like there was more parking now in the plans. So in any case, I feel there needs to be enough parking and not reduced parking. And there are not 45 spaces of parking on the streets for the owners of the apartments. So that's my big concern, is the parking. Okay.
Thanks. I'll go ahead and attempt to answer that question. City staff, if you want to bolster me, that's great. The calculation that we have of 53% reduction doesn't include the lift spaces inside the garages. So those are not counted by the City of Boulder, so they don't count towards that number. If you were to redo that number, it would be a different percentage, but I'm not going to attempt that mental math.
20%.
20%, right. Okay.
But we do use that, the fact that it's vehicle storage as part of the rationale for to support the parking reduction.
Part of the overall TDM. Thanks. Okay, so next is Maureen Eldridge. And
Let me have it back.
I will. Then Jim Tyrell and Amy Hogan. So Maureen, are you here?
Yeah, I'm just going to yield my time.
Okay, cool. Next is Jim Tyrell and Amy Hogan. You are pooling time. I need to see that Amy is here somewhere. Hi, Amy. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Jim Tyrell of 2210 18th Street here in Boulder. I'm the owner of 2150 Folsom. I bring this development before the board this evening. For my entire 11 years in Boulder, I've lived in the neighborhood. This development started with a goal that it fit into the context of its surroundings. As Adrian explained in his opening remarks, this development is a hub and transition between many different zones, housing, and business types in this area. And all these considerations should be taken into account when reviewing this project. Thank you to the board members serving on the planning board, my neighbors, and all concerned citizens who spent their evening with us, to city staff who for years have diligently worked with us on this project, and of course the professional staff at Sofer Sparn, and especially Adrian Sofer. As they say, it takes a village, and thank you all for who have spent time on this project. The Very Bridge story begins almost 150 years ago, in 1873 with the founding of the Boulder and White Rock Ditch Company, say that 4 times fast. A deed from 1874, the annexation of this land in the early 1900s into the city of Boulder, the building of a small farmhouse in 1930, another home in the 1950s, various deeds and property transfers, and finally my interest beginning St. Patrick's Day 2011. And yeah, I actually do remember that day, so that was good. On this day, during a late afternoon bike ride, I noticed a sign showing this property for sale. That evening, I walked by and studied the sign in the buildings. That night, I received an email from my realtor about this property. 3 interactions in just a few hours. Clearly, the universe was trying to tell me something. I heeded this voice and closed on the property a few months later. During this 8-year journey, I've had many different inflection points where giving up could have been an option. The flood of 2013 destroyed one of my units, and it also flooded all my downhill neighbors to the east. Various starts and stops as various issues and challenges were addressed. The passing of my first architect, Rex Olson, in early 2015. Any one of these could have easily derailed this effort before we're here tonight. Moving design and architecture to Sofer Sparn has delivered many successes, including at least 3 unique concepts, the final one in which we're presenting tonight, constructive and meaningful feedback and improvements from city staff, and most importantly, the permanent fix to the possibility of downhill flooding from the ditch. While this is a modern design, it is respectful and mindful of its location and acts as a transition to the many adjacent neighborhoods and various zones. It provides for an inviting streetscape along Folsom, Pine, and Spruce, an improved bike lane on Folsom and I guess Pine, I didn't realize that was there. Safety via better sight lines for drivers, cyclists, and pedestrians, wider sidewalks, fewer curb cuts, and an overall significant visual improvement over the current very old existing transitionary rental housing. Let me close with this last statement. Please let me reclaim and recycle these tired old buildings. We have explored possible renovation and remodeling extensively, and it has never made economic sense. We have a unique opportunity to improve this area, and we should not let it go to waste. Let's show the community what infill projects, which are well-designed, cozy, close to walking and transit corridors, shopping, recreation, and central to all things Boulder can be. Finally, I ask the board approval so that my wife and I can make Unit 7 our permanent home in the neighborhood I've lived in longer than any other in my entire life. I'm grateful for your time and attention this evening. Respectfully, Jim Tyrell. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, no one else has signed up, so we're good there. We'll go ahead and turn this matter back to the board. We've got 2 key issues in front of us, and before we get to those, I just want to see if anyone has any disclosures they'd like to make about this project. I think we've all been by the site about 1 million times, and so we probably can just assume that we've all seen it. Nothing else? Okay, great. So the first key issue is gauging whether or not the project meets the many requirements and considerations in the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. Do you guys want to just take it from one end to the other like we often do, or anyone want to kick us off? Nope, but I could if you want. You could volunteer. Okay, so no one's guessing.
I agree with the staff conclusion that the project meets the relevant policies of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan.
Great. So quickly negatively poll that. Does anyone disagree with the staff's recommendation on that?
At some point, I'd like to talk about setbacks, and
that'll be under site review criteria.
You can decide when that's appropriate.
Oh, I won't decide. They're just part of the criteria. David?
Yeah, in the comp plan, it does mention parking concerns as one of the criteria. So I thought it would make sense to at least acknowledge that, since a lot of the public comments concern parking. I do think that the lift parking helps a lot with that. And I also, knowing that area, I'm pretty confident that the couple of cars that may need to use the streets now and again, and visitors, it isn't really that bad. Along Spruce, especially after business hours, it tends to thin out. So I'm pretty supportive of the parking reduction, and I thought that was really the only criteria-based thing from the comp plan that was really obvious. So I just wanted to make that statement.
Okay. John?
I think it does meet the relevant BVCP policies. I think it would be good to have an explicit review of the plans here by the Boulder flood management folks to make sure that we're not doing anything with the ditch reconstruction that could could increase the risk for the people on the east side of the ditch to have flood damage. But beyond that, I think it meets BVCP policies.
Great. Anyone else? I'll just add that I think it's great to see rich urbanist projects happening along this corridor and transition between the downtown and the neighborhoods. And I think this is exactly the kind of thing we're trying to get to happen through the vision put in the comp plan for housing along urban corridors, transit-rich areas, and how to harvest the best out of our ditches. It's nice to see it not be covered because of that. So, jumping to the site review criteria, I think we could maybe take it as a whole at this point, unless people want to identify key things. Maybe we just move from one end to the other, and maybe I'll start with you, David, and unless somebody else wants to kick it off.
I'd be glad to.
Okay, cool.
Okay, well, the density really is the only question here, and Planning Board is given the responsibility to examine it in cases like this, and I think Adrian did a good job of talking about how larger units could be incented if we didn't have that ability, and I do think that the street presence with the reduced offset is nice in that area. I think it's Folsom is a fairly major artery through that section of town, and so having something that's street forward with some open space in the back makes a lot of sense. So I'm supportive of the density question. It is within the bounds of the density that the Planning Board is allowed to say yes on. So I would be supportive of that. I think that those are the only things that I really jotted down. Other than that, I think it conforms to the zoning.
Great. Thank you, David. John? And setbacks are a part of this part of it. So.
Right. And first of all, I'd like to congratulate Mr. Sofer and the applicant on what I think is a pretty attractive building. So I think that's a nice design that you have. But I come to the opposite conclusion from you regarding the setback from the street. And I believe that it's reasonable to have the increased density that the applicant seeks here, but that makes keeping the required setback even more important for the neighborhood than might otherwise be the case. And so I would say that my primary concern with this issue of site review is that I do not agree that diminished setbacks are appropriate here. I think that what we're doing is adding for some folks who are concerned about density in the area, we're adding insult to injury by approving both diminished setback and the increased density. And so between those two, I think that I'm not willing to move ahead with a diminished setback.
Okay, great, John.
Oh, you want to go?
Yeah, I'll go. I'll call myself next. I think I feel like this is an approvable project, and I'm not contemplating any conditions on it at this point. I do think it's a really handsome building. I think it's working well with the streetscape. And just to offer a little bit of a counterpoint, I don't think that necessarily it's the case that with setbacks, like a bigger setback is a better thing than a smaller setback. I don't think there's a value judgment in there. So I actually feel like the streetscape along there is pretty successful, and there's a lot of nice variation along that street as it is now, with Leaf Park and things like that happening along there too. I think it's an okay way of handling that, and I think offering some additional space to the ditch is a reasonable thing to do, and maybe would encourage more space for bigger trees to happen along back there. And I do appreciate, I want to just on the building design piece, the back and forth with city staff. I think it did result in a better elevation, with the possible exception of the reduction of the projecting mass on the south side. I liked it better before, but that's not a criteria I can use to say that we need to condition it. I think that's everything I wanted to say. Actually, I guess I should touch on the parking reduction. I'm very much in favor of the additional density for sure, which is a site review criteria, and I think David put that well, so I won't try to reiterate that. And the parking reduction, I think, my experience with, living in spaces that have 20, 30, 40% parking reductions is that it actually functions really quite well when you're in a tight street grid. And so a 20% effective parking reduction with those lifts, which I've seen used before, and I do believe that that's an effective TDM mechanism or car storage mechanism. I think that it should be a tolerable amount.
So I'll just agree with John that I think it's a beautiful building and a beautiful couple of buildings. I think that the additional money being spent on the lifts, it's an expensive site one way or the other. You're going to do bridges, or you're going to cover it, and you're going to park from the back. You're going to try to double your parking in less space. I'm generally in favor of continuations of alleyways and not vacating public right-of-way, but I think in this case, and having been around there a lot and walked that alley, I don't really see the value. The grade difference is obviously a big engineering challenge, so I'm glad you brought that up. I don't have an issue really with the density. It's a lot less than the density that is actually possible in that zoning district through site review. And it's not some sort of a crazy idea that you'd get more density than is allowed at the base, because site review specifically contemplates increased density if you meet site review criteria, which I believe are met. I'm not planning on adding any conditions to the project, but I'd like to just talk about the setbacks for a minute. The diagram that was provided that showed the neighborhood context was really a good piece of work. It takes a lot of time to go out and measure the setback for every parcel in a 4-block area. That's kind of common in Denver, where they have block-sensitive setbacks, where they actually have encoded this notion of neighborhood compatibility into setbacks in their new code since 2010. We don't have that. We have kind of a suburban one-size-doesn't-ever-really-fit-all exactly right setback, and in a weirdly shaped lot that has many constraints. I think applying the Boulder setbacks in those zoning districts could make this property, if not unbuildable, a hell of a lot harder to build than it already is. Looking around at the diagram, not only do I see that there are a lot of setbacks that are 5.8 feet and 6.6 feet that are just as small as the ones that are being provided. Not only do I see that there's a big setback to protect the Pine Street facade across the street from the property, but I also see that from an urban design perspective, you've got Folsom, which is really quite wide. Folsom's not, your normal neighborhood street. It's got bike lanes, and it's big. And so when you look at what has really happened here, Folsom essentially has sucked up what would have been the front yards of those old houses. And in fact, it's possible that it did. It's possible that the city widened Folsom at some point and did take people's front yards. I don't have the historical research in front of me to know if there was ever any required dedications of land to widen Folsom Street in the past. But I think that's a big reason why you don't have a lot of room in the fronts of these Folsom Street facing properties. And so when you look at urban design and you see the kind of the goalposts, what height of house looks good and what width of street. Folsom lets you build a little taller without it looking intrusive and invasive, and maybe you need some shorter setbacks too because of how big that street's become over time.
Peter?
I agree with staff. I agree with David and Harmon on those points, and this is a case for, it's a unique site, so I'm okay with the setbacks.
Sarah?
So if I could be Solomon, I'd come somewhere down between the setbacks as is are fine and deeper setbacks. But to Harmon's point, this is a site that doesn't actually really create the opportunity for deeper setbacks. But just having the experience of similar developments going up on Pearl Street and those are pretty tight setbacks, and I think of Folsom, although it's quite busy, as something of it's a bicycling pedestrian street as well as a heavily used street from an automobile perspective. And in a perfect world, I'd like to see the buildings back just a bit. Unfortunately, we don't live in a perfect world.
Yeah, welcome to planning board.
We could move the ditch.
Anyone, any additional comments? I actually had one small comment I wanted to make, which I really appreciated the depth of the front porches. And just in terms of the way, nobody's really talked about this, and it's not explicitly a site review criteria, but it's something that we do try to consider if we can. The fact that the garages, with the exception of one, are not attached, and people will be coming and going through that alleyway space and walking along the street to come and go from their homes is really, really wonderful. I think that's a very positive piece of the design. John?
Yeah, just one comment, and that is with respect to the renderings. I do think it's a bit misleading to show these big trees when we know they're going to disappear as a function of the ditch changes. And I think that would it would have been better to not show it that way.
Fair enough. David?
This is kind of a question to put you on the spot a little bit, I guess, but it sounds like, and maybe the planning board is so comfortable with the design drawings that we've seen and everything that maybe this isn't necessary. We do, I was thinking with that street presence, we could consider a DAB opinion on how it's designed, but you know, maybe that's not necessary if we're comfortable with it. So I don't know if you have any thoughts as the liaison to DAB.
Yeah, I think that's totally possible if that's something that there's support for in the group. Do people feel like it needs to go to DAB or?
I mean, if we're comfortable with it, I'm not an architect, but and it looks great to me, but I just figured I'd throw that out there since we have that.
I appreciate you picking up on that, especially since I'm the one who did throw a very small stone. But yeah, no, I think it's actually, in terms of the fundamental question for us, which is, does it meet the criteria or does it need to be conditioned in order to meet the criteria? Yeah, as an architect, I could fiddle with elevations forever. But someone has to tell you to put the pencil down at some point. And I think this is a good time to do that. But thanks for raising it, David.
Can I don't know if this, I did have one question, or one concern, I guess, which has to do with the movement of the cars, what is essentially into the bike lane. And I realize it's a fact of life and the current cars do the same thing, but I'm just curious if there's some way to visually warn cyclists once the building is actually built to create some sort of either visual warning for cyclists or adequate perspective for the drivers who will be coming in and out of that driveway into the bike lane. It's just a concern I have.
Yeah, there's, I think, two things that I can think of right off the top of my head that we've used for that before. And one is the city standard for a 15-foot sight triangle, which is measured from the corner of the property lines as you enter the drive lane, which they've met. And the other one is we've sometimes put a texture change in the pavement right behind the edge of the sidewalk in the drive lane to try to do some traffic calming, to try to slow folks down as they come out. And that's the kind of thing that's just meant to get the cars to slow down a little bit. So that would be a condition that you could add, you could say a 6-foot textured paving strip from the back of the sidewalk in to try to, and I would support that. I think that's a great idea.
So I don't know how to make that happen, but I'd like to try that.
Cool.
As I look at Hella.
Okay, where are we at? Does anyone make any more comments, or David?
I'd be glad to make a motion, and then we could maybe try to add on to it. I would move to approve site review case number LUR 2018-00043, incorporating the staff memorandum and the attached site review criteria checklist as findings of fact and subject to the recommended conditions of approval. And also a condition that would you like to try to summarize?
Would require texturizing the side, I don't know the right way to say this.
You probably have the best.
Yeah, why don't we go ahead and finish the motion, and then, or do you want to?
That was the finish of the motion.
Okay, so I'll second the motion, and then we can do a friendly amendment, from someone if that comes up. So does anyone want to speak to the motion or offer a friendly?
Why don't you offer a friendly, Brian?
I think I could offer a friendly to my own seconded motion, which is probably a little bit awkward, but unless, Helen, you guys, have you?
They're figuring it out over there.
Okay, cool. I think we'll wait for staff to craft that language.
We just went over this process in our retreat.
And we still don't know it.
No,
Or I don't know it.
we're doing pretty good, yeah. You have like 10 more years to learn it, so you're fine.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
How about final site plans shall show the driveway up to 6 feet from the property line being textured?
I would,
Is it the driveway we're talking about?
yeah, it's the drive lane. So what I would actually say is that the final approved site plan needs to include a 6-foot width of traffic calming textured pavement or concrete beyond the top back of the sidewalk rather than the property line. Do you like my second?
I
my friendly?
accept.
Okay, I accept my own friendly as well. Does anyone want to speak to this, or should we call the question?
Let's call the question.
Okay. I am supposed to read the motion back to you guys. So there is a motion to approve site review case LUR 2018-00043, incorporating the staff memorandum and attached site review criteria checklist as findings of fact, and subject to the recommended conditions of approval found in the packet, with the modification that, I don't know if you guys have the language or if I'm supposed to maybe remember what I said.
Texture.
That the pavement for the first 6 feet beyond the back of the sidewalk is textured for traffic calming purposes. That's a good paraphrase anyways. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
I just make a statement. I'm going to vote yes.
Okay.
But I would like to reaffirm my comment about the setback. It would be even better if the setback was greater.
Okay, that's fair. So it passes unanimously with a comment about the setback. Congratulations, you guys. So staff, guys, do you need a turnover moment here, or should we take a quick break? Okay. So the next thing on our agenda is,
I turned off the recording. I thought we were.
oh, you turned off? Okay, sorry. Okay, well, you guys want to take a quick break? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. Give everybody a little elbow room.
Sorry. You were going to take a break.
Oh, I didn't. I was asking if we should. I maybe. I don't know.
My fault.
It's my fault. No way.
I'll get them in here real fast.
How you doing? I saw that yawn. I saw that yawn. Maybe it was a snuffed out yawn.
Scott, hobby just tripled, 5'3".
And a cup.
That's what you're doing back there.
Yeah.
That's what the iPads are.
Between breaks.
Did you give me another update?
Yeah, I can throw signs for you. Yeah.
It was really, me too.
Also, speaking of, so was there a meeting with H?
No way. You know what? Mine's more beat up than yours.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I should have
read it. With Peter Hines. That went way better today.
Oh
than-
my
yeah.
gosh. I thought it was great. It's like compromising.
I called John.
Exactly. Just do it. Thanks. That was
Some form
that
of a
was a
gesture,
move.
like.
Yeah, it was cool. No, not a problem.
Let's take a break. You don't have a presentation, do you? Oh, you.
We have our own computer. Okay.
I have an HDMI cord for you here. Let's get you set up.
Thank you.
Yeah. The HDMI cord is that one.
That one? Okay.
That one. Let's make
Great.
sure you are working.
Let's close down my YouTube first.
Good.
I'm kidding. We know where you're at.
Well, tell me when you're all set up, and I'll switch
Yeah,
the
that's
screen
why I'm trying to
over.
So I
scale
do
as
have
much as
that.
possible.
I got that summary. That was great. That was neat. Affecting change. I know. I was eating a not in that. I'm like,
You want to give it a shot?
Are you all set up? Okay, let's see how it looks.
run. Thanks, Glenn.
Now you want to do like from the beginning, if you,
Yeah.
your PowerPoint.
It's pretty short, yeah.
Slideshow. There you go. Now all your other stuff.
Yep. All right, cool. So we
I'm
had,
just going to leave that up,
okay.
and if you just want to leave that up, and I'm going to switch it back over to her presentation. She'll go first.
Oh, goodness.
So when did you leave?
Thursday morning,
Oh, fun. And when's the actual elopement?
Friday night.
Oh, fun.
Yep.
Where are you going to be eloping? Oh, God, that is so cool. That is such a
Yeah, it's got
beautiful
that crazy
place. That is so cool.
Right?
So happy.
Right?
Gosh,
Yeah, and it's
honestly.
also it's the first like day of opening season for the Santa Fe.
Oh, my.
Yeah. In under the wire, yeah.
You can go to 10,000 miles.
No, we're staying in
That's pretty awesome.
we out of town.
Are you going to go?
No.
Are you going to go hot?
Why?
Have you ever been there?
Oh, no, the water got in my throat. Thank you, though. Oh, no, I hope not. Like, knock on wood.
Oh, very cool. Very nice.
All the places I've been.
Literally my favorite
She
place.
lived there. So she's pretty.
One of my favorite city up until I went to Prague. Now it's rivaling all those three, but I just love Venice.
Okay, we're back. So the next item on our agenda, 5B, is a call-up of a series of land use reviews, which I'll just let staff introduce instead of reading them all myself.
Great, thanks very much. Elaine McLaughlin will present staff's analysis this evening.
Thanks, Charles. Good evening, everyone. Just a quick overview here. Some of you were around when we did Spark a few years ago, and some of you weren't. So we'll try and take a look at that process and the planning context, which has changed since 2015. The built context, how things have grown up around it. We'll do a brief summary of the proposed project and the three different aspects of it, which also relate then to the key issues. And so as a brief overview, in 2014, there was a concept plan for Spark. And that was, this particular site was considered a future phase. 2015, it was approved. And then in 2018, so move forward a few years, things have been built out there except for this spot. And things are still in motion under construction. Applications were made in 2018. And then on May 3rd, staff approved it, and it was called up on May 16th. And that's what brings us here tonight. So when we look at the site, and we're just going to take a quick step back because this is relevant to the project, but it's in an area that the comp plan identifies as being a center. So Boulder Junction is considered a center where it's appropriate to put high-density residential and infill. And comp plan policies further identify the area where mixed use and higher density should be concentrated, and in particular close to transit facilities. So as we all know, Boulder Junction's part of this project in particular, part of phase 1 of the Transit Village, and it was intended to be built out in 2 phases that would ultimately provide around 1,400 to 2,400 new residential units. If this were included in that tally, we'd be up to about 1,200 right now. The TVAP land use for this site's mixed use too, and it's essentially anticipating redevelopment of 3- and 4-story mixed use buildings. The comp plan also identifies this as mixed-use business. And in particular, at the bottom, it's important to note that housing and public uses supporting housing will be encouraged and may even be required. And then for the MU4 zoning, it's identified as mixed-use residential areas generally intended for residential uses with neighborhoods serving retail and office. In a pedestrian-oriented pattern. And then to help ensure a certain predictable outcome for design and development in Boulder Junction, of course, the city adopted the form-based code, and its areas that have been identified in Appendix L of the land use code are required to be evaluated under the form-based code. And we'll talk a little bit about that in our key issues. And there's a whole host of images here. Some of them represent things that have been built, some that are under construction, some that have been around for many years. But the point is, this particular site is in walking proximity to RTD, Goose Creek Path, a number of offices, a large variety of retail and restaurants in this particular context. So that roughly 1 acre property you see at the bottom, as I noted, was considered a future phase as part of Spark. And at the time of the Spark approval, it was folded into determining floor area ratio for all the MU4 zones. So when this came in as a site review amendment, we had to determine how the FAR was impacted. For this particular proposed building, the applicant is planning a 3- to 4-story residential building. And there'll be 85 units, with 33 of those planned as efficiency living units. And essentially, those are no greater than 475 square feet, which seems small, but if you've ever been to IKEA, as anecdotal suggests, there's some spaces there that are even smaller than this that function as a really wonderful living space. So it's a fairly unique unit type. They're proposing 33. There's a ground floor retail adjacent to the future rail plaza, and the applicant's proposing 35 motor vehicle parking spaces in the rear parking area and 170 bike parking spaces that are split between short and long term. And parking's also unbundled in Spark, so those spaces can be shared by residents at Timber 2 in other areas of Spark. So while the land use code requires form-based code for Boulder Junction, there is a provision that if properties within a prior site review, it's not required to go through form-based code, and rather those types of processes would go through a site review amendment process, whether it's a minor modification or a site review amendment. But in this case, the applicant wanted to follow those more prescriptive, predictable standards to design their building. And so they requested that they be removed from that overall Spark site review. And In that regard, staff found this Spark as a freestanding without the 3350 bluff still meets the site review criteria. It's consistent with the land use map, with TVAP, and again, there's several projects that have been built. In the lower corner, you see Market, and then the Spark West townhomes and permanently affordable residential. The Spark area, as noted, it was, this is showing the MU4 floor area in the approval, and this actually 2015 approval was 1.54. There's a cap of 2.0 FAR in this zone district, and with this piece removed, it'd be at 1.96 FAR. So for this second key issue, staff evaluated the project based on the form-based code and noted that it meets the requirements, and we'll highlight some of those findings. First, under the form-based code, it's important to note that general building type is what's planned for this particular site, and that's defined as a basic building that serves the urban fabric. It's built along the sidewalk with various uses, typically without a storefront in this location. Bluff adjacent to the site does require type A frontage. And then also shown on the regulating plan for this site is a new paseo, as you can see on the south side, along with a new multi-use path for which the applicant is proposing all of those elements. The form-based code checklist, which is in your attachment B of the memo, demonstrates that the building meets a number of form-based code requirements, including the streetscape, paseo and lighting, setbacks, parking and refuse locations in back. Maximum number of stories here is 5 stories. They're doing 3 and 4. Similarly with the floor-to-floor heights, minimum transparency percentages, entry requirements, et cetera. And then the materials in terms of a minor and major materials, it meets the requirements. There's brick and metal panel as major materials with that minor accent of wood. Similarly, the window depth and express lintels also address the form-based code as shown in the image in the left. So with regard to the exception standards, the applicant's requesting a few of them. In this particular case, it's found because, again, it's a very elongated linear site that there's some challenges to the existing conditions that were essentially not the fault of the applicant. It's just that's the size of the property and the shape of the property. So in that regard, the build-to zone coverage proposed is less than 90%. And what you'll see is it's limited by an existing 24-foot utility easement on the west. There's a 14-foot public access easement for the multi-use path, and then a 25-foot rail easement that's on the east side. And so the resulting frontage obviously is going to be less than the 90%. There's also a physical constraint to meeting that 5 to 10-foot build-to zone. In this case, it's due to some existing easements on that north side, but the applicant creatively canted that second and third stories to help illustrate that there's a way to come close to that. But as you can see, it's an existing situation that would be very difficult and untenable. Then the applicant is requesting access from a type A frontage. Again, it's essentially landlocked in this case, and that's really the only way to get access to the site is off that type A frontage. And then with regard to building length, the proposed building is in excess of 150 feet, and that's along that multi-use path, and also the rail line, which is defined as a public way. A lot of this is owed, again, to that very narrow site. And so the applicant has responded, as you can see in the lower image, with a varied building articulation and building materials at the ground level. And it tends to break up that building mass and make it into multiple parts, you could say. So the building avoids large blank walls. It's consistent with TVAP, and staff finds that wouldn't adversely impact the residents of the development or the surrounding properties. And then as noted with required paved surfaces, in this particular case, with the multi-use path and the paseo, it's somewhat unique to the site that there's that many required paved elements, so it's difficult to achieve that 65% permeability. The applicants noted that they've addressed stormwater facilities that meet the city's standards, including bioswales on the site. And you can see that they're also landscaping that area near the rail easement, and that'll help achieve some greater permeability on the site. So with regard to, this is with regard to the use review criteria and the increase in the number of efficiency living units. It's more than 20%. It works out to be about 38% with those 33 units. But the bottom line is it's consistent with the zoning, where we're looking for mixed-use areas that are residential and neighborhood serving retail. It's also important to note that because the building is predominantly residential in Boulder Junction, it's considered an appropriate location for this type of residential. And given the fact that it's less than a quarter mile from the RTD facility, again, it's considered an appropriate place to put residential. And then with regard to compatibility in the use standards, it's also an area, again, because it's anticipated for higher density with first floor parking at the rear of the building that's aligning the tracks. There is some compatibility with the other more urban configured buildings in that area. And efficiency living units are similar in impacts to any other residential unit in this context, and it actually helps to create a variety of housing types and a mix and range of prices. And so the need to help improve the jobs housing imbalance which exists in the community today in proximity to transit, actually this increase in the number of units helps to address that. And then finally, public notification was made consistent with the Land Use Code, Section 943, and there were a couple of phone calls early on in the process. One person was excited about it, and the other person had some concerns about parking. And that concludes staff's presentation. Are there any questions?
Great. Any questions of staff? John? I'm going to start saying any questions of staff, John.
Yeah, I was wondering about staff's attitude regarding putting accommodations right next to the rail line. And the reason that, I mean, in addition to obvious reasons, I know that in Spark, there was special care taken not to put residences right next to the rail line, that was going to be offices and so on, which I thought made a lot of sense. And I just wondered if, what's happened to change that attitude among staff?
Well, there's nothing explicit in TVAP that says that you can't have residential adjacent to rail. And in this particular case, it actually meets the zoning, and it meets the anticipated MU2 land use of TVAP. So that was the big picture idea of the previous Spark review, and most of the residential was located the other side of office, but in this particular case, it still meets the comp plan and zoning.
And that may be a good question for the applicant about how they plan to attenuate the sound. There is a 25-foot setback from the rail line, and maybe some questions to the applicant about how they plan to market it or what the marketability may be.
Okay, I was going to ask, that was my next one for you, but I'll save it for the applicant.
Great. Any other questions of staff, Sarah?
So do you mind if we go back to that very first convoluted paragraph that I had sent you an email asking you to unpack for us? Can we go back to that?
Yeah, let me see if I can get there quickly. This one.
Okay, so maybe the lawyers among us understand this sentence. Or sentences. I still do not. It's my understanding from what you just said that the site was not specifically zoned except for future purposes under Spark, and therefore taking it, the proposal to take it out of Spark and put it into form-based code, it's unclear to me how this applies, because this suggests that you don't need to go through form-based code if you've already gone through site review, but there hasn't been a site review of the site originally. There's the broader Spark site review, but nothing specific to this site. So I'm really starting at, is this a rezoning? Should this be going through BOZA? Help me to understand the real fundamentals here of how we got to a form-based code without having something originally there.
So I think this Spark was going, it's all zoned the same. The whole area is, what's
MU4.
MU4. While Spark was going through the site review process, the form-based code was adopted, or maybe shortly thereafter, but the Spark application was filed when we still had site review for that area and zoning district there. One of the standards in our code requires that all properties that are owned by the same owner or are under essentially the same controlled be pulled into a site review, even if you don't have specific plans to construct anything on a particular parcel yet. So when Spark was coming in, our code required it to be considered as part of that. There were, I don't know, 7 parcels, and one of them, and there were development proposals for 6 of them. And this one, it does actually have, I think, some development as part of the Spark approval, because I think there was a path that had to be constructed through there. Maybe it's not been constructed yet because it's not completed. But there was actually something proposed to be constructed, but not a full development. And once you go through the site review process, that property becomes encumbered by that approval. There's a development agreement that gets executed, and it's recorded and affects the title of each property that's subject to it. When we drafted this code language, I don't know that we were anticipating this particular situation, that there was a property that essentially hadn't been developed yet, but we didn't want to create complications by projects that have been approved through site review then suddenly being subject to form-based code and the code's not matching. So we allowed this out and said, if you already have a site review approval, you can continue to follow that process if you want to amend your approval. But in addition to the site review standards, we also want you to have a design that's compatible with the design that's expressed in the form-based code area.
So the consequence of this is that for any developer, developer who's is going to want to go to form-based code because it removes them from having to do the initial site review and gets them into the form-based code, which is a requirement anyways. Is that?
Yeah, I think you don't have to meet the form-based code, every single standard in the form-based code, but I think the outcome that's desired through that code section is something that is consistent generally with the form-based code. And because this property is already encumbered by the site review approval, to just be subject to form-based code, we have to amend the whole big Spark site review approval to take that property out.
Okay.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
So it seems like if we had gone down the path of doing a site review amendment, it just would be a lot more complicated because we would be working with a standard, without the form-based, which was put in place. So we'd have to go back and work just with the area plan that was in place that informed that site review.
Right, and your site review criteria.
So I think that one of the things that you did was you kind of showed us that this wasn't sort of a backdoor way to get more density or anything like that. That in fact it is compatible with the original site review, but it has the advantage of taking it out and applying something that we did later, which is form-based. That's how I think of it, right? Mm-hmm. So that's just my plain language way of trying to understand it.
Because I have to say, it's been a little confusing to understand why an applicant would want to go to form-based code rather than go to site review.
Yeah.
So that helps to clarify and maybe rewrite that so it's a little more plain English.
Mm-hmm.
let me just follow up. Are there other parcels that are going to do the same thing?
Not within the Spark development. I think this is the last developable parcel within this particular approval.
But there might be other.
There may be others that choose to amend their existing site review using this passage, so doing something similar, but they would have to demonstrate that whatever it is that they're proposing is consistent generally with the form-based code.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other TVAP approved, I mean, TVAP Phase 1 approved site reviews that haven't been built besides this? I think this is the last piece.
I think that's true.
Yeah, I don't think there's
know that
another
there's any
parcel.
remaining areas.
Yeah, it would only be further down the road if somebody wanted to change an existing development, then they would be subject to this.
Right, so you remodel Timber 1 or whatever, and you opt out of the site review process and into the form-based code process at that point, when you're reskinning it or something like that in 30 or 40 years. Okay. Any other questions on process stuff, John?
Yeah, just real short one to follow up on my previous question. Are there any other residential developments along the railroad in this entire area?
Yeah, south of Pearl Street.
Well, in Boulder Junction, there's 3100 Pearl. And then, of course, across Valmont, there's a number of residential that's been developed for years.
San Juan del
along
Centro.
there.
And
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, I maybe my memory is failing, but I could have sworn when I read either the TVAP or this proposal that within Spark there actually was, maybe it was just a recommendation that there not be housing along the railroad. Is my
I
memory
don't
just?
recall that, but we can look through it.
Yeah, I don't think that there's a recommendation in the area plan. I think when we were going through the Spark process, the fact that it was a mixed-use building, it made sense to put the office space and the non-residential space toward the tracks and move the non-residential toward the street.
So it was more of a, here's how we imagine it?
It was a design decision, yeah.
Okay, so in some way, to John's question, a desired design outcome that's no longer in consideration with this project.
Right.
Okay.
I think maybe we can, as you guys suggested, ask the applicant that when we hear from them. Any other questions for staff before we hear from the applicant? Okay, you guys are up.
Good evening. My name is Scott Holton with Element Properties, 2601 Spruce Street. I'm one of the developers on the project. Thanks for having me here tonight. Well, it's been a few years since this project appeared in front of this board, and certainly a lot has changed in the world. But one thing that hasn't changed is this project's commitment to Boulder Junction and the neighborhood, and doing an excellent project. By way of an update, the overall Spark project is about 65% complete. One of our main highlights so far that I wanted to showcase was Spark West. It's fully operational. It's 45 units of permanently affordable housing, family-oriented. It was completed in early 2018, and it leased up in about 1 month. So it was very, very popular. One of the other highlights I just sort of want to mention quickly, on the left-hand side of your screen is the CECLO building, 38 units of permanently affordable housing developed in partnership with Boulder Housing Partners. That should be completed by the end of the year. And in the background there is one of our office buildings, the Market Building along Belmont. It's just about complete. And this picture is actually taken this morning from the balcony of Timber 1, which is our main apartment building in the center of the site. And that has 150 residences planned and should be done early in the first quarter of next year. Lastly, I'll just mention that when we were here last time, we proposed measuring the project's sustainability through the LEED for Neighborhood Development Program. At that time, that was still just a pilot program for LEED through the U.S. Green Building Council. And I'm actually very proud to say that just last month we were commissioned and we're one of the first LEED for neighborhood development projects in all of Colorado. So we're really excited about that as a team. So with that, I wanted to introduce JR, who's going to talk a little bit more about the architecture. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. My name is James J.R. Ronzi with KTGY Architecture and Planning out of Denver. We're the architects for Timber 2. And thank you for the opportunity to present to you tonight. And I just briefly like to touch on the why of some of the architecture. Timber 2 continues to deliver on the promises made in the Spark community. It allows the completion of the bike connection from Belmont to Goose Creek. The high percentage of ELUs contributes to the housing diversity that Spark originally conceived. The building completes the rail plaza on the end of Bluff Street and activates the south end of the Wood Irvin Plaza with commercial space and patios overlooking the plaza. And finally, it is an important design component of TVAP. The architecture responds to the surrounding context and building materials and form. The use of brick and metal panels continues the vocabulary of the materials of the building's adjacent properties, both to the south and to the west. The deconstruction of the box through the canted massing speaks to similar moves architecturally in the rest of Spark. The generous outdoor spaces, both at the north and south end of the upper floors, are consistent with the Airgas site to the west and speaks to the rail yards buildings immediately to the north. The long facade along the multi-use path is consistent with the long extensive buildings from Boulder's Commons to the south and rail yards and Market to the north. The building form is a deliberate effort, as Elaine had mentioned, to break up the mass. We have a simple brick base with a 2- and 3-story masses projecting above. The upper masses break up the building into 5 smaller forms, reflecting the diversity of common urban connected buildings. The smaller canted elements to the north and to the south soften the edges to the Paseo to the south, as well as to the plaza to the north. And the central sawtooth splits the larger rectangular building into 2 simple boxes, and also speaks to the west side of the Airgas site with the angled wings of the Airgas building. While the building forms are simple, we have introduced a lot of small elements. We have roofed metal panels that provide shade and texture. We're contrasting that in color and texture with the smooth metal panels on the canted elements to the north and the south. We're proposing to include perforated metal panels screening the garage, using a transportation motif to the east along the multi-use trail, and a more natural motif on the west where we have significant planting. And finally, you'll see that we have windows with raised frames, creating shadow lines and increasing detail around the windows. And we've introduced small vertical wings along several of the windows to create variety and a difference in color. And thank you again, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, you guys are all done. Any questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I was interested in what you might be doing regarding sound against the tracks to protect your potential residents there.
Thank you for asking that. So last year, we were also pretty excited to work with the City of Boulder and the BNSF to successfully get a quiet zone approved, which was a multi-year effort. Nothing moves quickly with the railroad folks. So that was a big effort to get the quiet zone approved, and that has actually been constructed and installed, and we participated in that cost. It's been a great enhancement, I think, to our project, to the Orchard Grove residents, to the Kings Ridge residents as well. So what that entails is that the horn will no longer blow at that intersection, which I would say, for me, comprises a large part of the impact. However, before considering residential at this site, we worked with an engineering firm called Geiler and Associates, no relation, and they helped us with setting up acoustical equipment to detect decibels on site, basically to detect the sound of the train and the impact of the train going by, so that we could see if we could feasibly engineer wall and window assemblies to meet an acceptable STC rating, sound transference coefficient, to make sure that these were pleasant, livable residences for future folks to live in. So we took a very step-by-step approach before we even considered residential here, and that was only made possible through access to this engineer and certainly the quiet zone.
So you'll be designing specifically on that side of the building for the sound protection?
Yes, sir.
But will the windows still be openable?
They will. And that would be up to the resident, to take advantage of fresh air, with the window open.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other applicant questions?
Yeah, maybe I'm jumping ahead. So I appreciate the limits of this site, the limitations it put on you as from a design perspective. But one of my big concerns, and maybe I'm getting ahead of the conversation, but one of my big concerns is this very, very long wall that is proposed. When you decided to develop on this site, or when this, I'm not even sure how to ask the question. I'll just leave it at that. I'm concerned about the 220-foot long wall. I realize that you're referencing these other two buildings along the way that are similarly long, and I'm concerned about those two, although they're already built. So I'll just leave that for now.
Do you want to try to turn that into a question and speak to it, or not? Okay, great. I will switch over to public comment period now. Do we have anybody signed up? No. Okay, great. Does anyone out there want to speak to us on this item? Great. Turn it back to the board. We've got three key issues identified for us. One is whether or not this meets the removal of this project from the Spark site review meets the site review criteria for the Spark site review. The second one is really the form-based code, and the third one is the percentage of ELUs in the project. So I think we should just take those one at a time. Does anyone want to kick us off on key issue one, whether or not removing this project from Spark meets Spark's requirements?
Sure.
Harmon.
Okay. So, if for instance, this parcel, contained a ton of open space, and the Spark site review wouldn't meet its open space requirement, if we took this out of site review and into form-based code, then we'd have a problem. But there's adequate evidence in the packet that we received that the site review criteria and requirements are all still met with this parcel taken out. So the proposal to remove the site from site review does meet the site review criteria.
Great. Other comments?
So let me first ask the question, does the site review for Spark include anything about shadowing, the solar shadows?
It does, and that was something that it was found to be compliant with the buildings that are going in right now. And in this particular case, because it's being removed, it's sort of not relevant anymore for the solar shadow.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm going to go ahead and ask my question, and you can tell me it's not relevant, but I was sort of struck by the shadow study and the fact that the building as designed the shadow that it casts actually is cast over two of the gathering, I think they're called gathering places, one being the roundabout, which is the exit from what hopefully someday will be the train station, and then further down the block, sort of public plaza in front of what I think is Timber 1. And I'm just curious if anyone else has a concern about that kind of shadow across what's meant to be a gathering, a seating and gathering place for the community.
I don't personally. I think that the neighborhood and TVAP and the form-based code itself reinforce the kind of heights and densities, and in fact, sometimes require it. And actually, the form-based code, looking ahead at what we've built into the entitlements for this project, would require more building coverage along the street, which actually be more shadows than what we're actually getting. So I think it's consistent with the with the zoning, with the area plan, and then with form-based code from that shadow analysis perspective.
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't presume that there was necessarily an expectation that a new gathering spot would be shadow-free. Certainly, you always want to look when a shadow is going to maybe come close to another dwelling or something like that, but I don't think that was the case. So in urban gathering spaces, oftentimes there is shadow as a result of where they're located, and so that didn't jump out at me necessarily.
Harmon just nudged me and reminded me I forgot to do disclosures. So does anyone have anything like to disclose on this one? Okay.
So,
Harmon?
I spoke in favor of this project, not this project, but the original site review as a member of the public before I was on the planning board. And I toured the site with the developer because I thought that would be the best way of seeing the site. So those are mine. But I don't think there's any reason why now, in my capacity as a planning board member, I can't be an objective decision maker on this application.
I've wandered around the site about 10 times.
I hope you were wearing your hard hat.
I actually pulled in and parked in there because there was no sign that said I couldn't, and nobody bothered me, and walked around.
Well, your parking spot was shared and unbundled, so it's all good. But you didn't pay for it, so you're probably in violation of something. I guess somebody's paid for it, though. So does anyone disagree that I'll go ahead and speak to it, too. I don't think that I think actually, in fact, the removal of this parcel actually kind of enhances the previous Spark approvals compliance with the site review criteria. And speaking as someone who was on the board at that point in time, I was a little uncomfortable with the assumption that we would have an unbuilt lot as a part of a site review approval that would then have to come back in one day. But we didn't have a criteria that said you can't do that. I didn't think there was any harm in doing it, but I would have liked to have seen it at that point. But I don't feel like we've lost anything in the process. And now that we've put a form-based code over the entire thing, we've been fairly dictatorial about what happens on the parcels. So I'm pretty comfortable with that. Does anyone else want to speak to key issue number 1? Okay, cool. Key issue number 2 is form-based code. Does this comply with it? And maybe we just do a negative polling on this and see, do people feel like they agree with staff's judgment and analysis that this does meet the form-based code requirements?
I do not.
Okay. Do you want to speak to that?
Well, it's at the 220-foot wall. I mean, it'd be one thing if this was 155 feet, but this is a vast variance request. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, I guess I'll respond to it a little bit. When we were doing Spark on the site review and creating the TMP connections, which really create the form of the blocks, and then when we did the form-based code, we really required that buildings both have a certain coverage of the street face and not go over this width. And the discussion around that width was based largely around the block faces in the remaining parcels. So there are some parcels in there that do require the buildings to be broken up into 2 or 3 pieces, or 2 pieces at the most. But I think if we had been, I'll speak personally, if I had been looking at this and thinking like, do I want to break that building up into 2? For some reason, I actually think that the logic that we saw on the projects to the north and to the south for Boulder Commons, so Spark and Boulder Commons, most of those designs were really focused on the idea of creating a barrier along the rail line so that it protected the adjacent neighborhoods as much as possible from that. So I think in that context, given that we didn't bake that into the site review, we didn't bake it into the form-based code review intentionally on that parcel, and then it's doing a job that we actually all really liked at the time, I'm really comfortable with them asking for the exception to the building length. It also allows people to share elevators, and there's another problem with that, just to go on a little bit.
Yeah.
The form-based code is written using the word building, and when we were reviewing that, we weren't aware that the way that was going to be interpreted was that if there's an underground parking structure connecting 2 structures, that was all going to be viewed as one building. And so we've had a lot of problems with past form-based code reviews where people have had to ask for exceptions because even though if you stand on the street and it's 2 separate buildings, there's a subterranean thing connecting the 2, and that makes it one thing, but you would never see that from the ground plane. So I think there's been some other kind of issues around that question. And this is a contiguous underground parking garage, so you can't break it into 2 things. There's no way to separate the parking garage out from a building code perspective.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, don't be, I think those were all good points. The thing I was going to add was just in terms of interpreting the code, the criterion for asking for an exception, it's not a variance, it's just an exception, and the exceptions are provided for in the form-based code. For good reason, you're allowed to ask for them and they can be approved. Says that the individual conditions of the property were not created by the applicant, which is true. This is a long, narrow site, not created by the applicant, because the easements on both sides and the parcel boundaries force it to be that way, so that's kind of easy to see. They make compliance, these conditions, with form-based code impractical. Impractical is an important word. It's not impossible. It's impractical. So the code is specifically written to say that a developer coming forward and saying it's impractical for me to build 2 buildings with 2 elevator towers and 2 heating systems and 2 roof lines, 2 of everything, when I could do 1 with some cool jalousie shapes down the middle to break the buildings up and some canted blocks on the ends to make this thing squint your eyes and it looks like 2 buildings. That's what it's for. That's why the word impractical was used. If it's impossible, then you're going to say, no, it's not impossible, just build 2 buildings. Then you're under 150 feet. But the question is it practical or not? And in this case, it was really impractical to break it into 2 buildings. And that was demonstrated. Staff found that it was impractical. Staff agreed and granted the exception. I'm just going to go on a little bit. I think the other requested exceptions, there's not even a question about the other requested exceptions. I mean, the site literally made it impossible to meet the one about the build 2 zone, for example. And so the one exception that has any kind of real kind of judgment call about it is really based on whether it was practical to meet or not this 150-foot maximum wall length requirement. And I think everybody who reviewed this thought that it was impractical to meet that, and I agree. So I have no problem with saying that I think the project meets the form-based code requirements, including the ones related to the exceptions. I'll just leave it at that for now.
Great. Peter?
A technical question. Would, not necessarily relating to this, but would an indentation halfway down the building on the west side that came in a third of the building and then created something of a patio, a large central area, satisfy the breaking of the 192?
Maybe I can let staff answer that question.
No.
It's got to be.
You'd still need a modification.
Got it.
It would really need to be bifurcated into two separate structures.
Okay, so there's no, design doesn't solve this, it needs literally to be walls.
Not especially, no.
Thank you.
Well, actually, then it almost seems like if there's going to be parking across this entire building, that the word impossible comes to mind because there's only one place to get parking into that. So once you've said that it has to be one building, I don't see how you could break it up. Of course, you could ask for it to be aesthetically broken up, maybe. But
Yeah, and I feel like that more or less is achieved by
like
that.
what you just said, like with an indentation or something.
And so, another thing, Brian, do you mind?
Oh, go ahead.
So if the idea was that we needed more pedestrian connections through buildings, then we would allow for a single parking garage joining two buildings with a paseo down the middle and call that good. But clearly, that's not why the code was written, and there is no need, nor is there anything in the TVAP transportation plan that says, or circulation plan that says we need to have the building broken into 150-foot blocks so people can walk between buildings. So it really is an aesthetic thing, and I think the aesthetic design of this building, it serves the purpose. And beyond that, it's an aesthetic thing, it's some kind of weird artifact of ownership and parcel shape, which is the underground parking still triggering the 150 feet. And so either way, I think you just don't have a really good reason to require it in this case, and it would be impractical, maybe impracticable if you had to have two underground parking lots that were that small. So I think it meets.
Peter?
I think you started the form-based code work before I was on the board, or maybe finished it when I was. It seems absolutely ridiculous that you can't have a building with a shared underground garage that then has a paseo and comes up with two walls.
I think that might be a comment that's going to be put in the hopper for the future consideration of form-based code.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, thanks.
So any other questions on this? John?
Well, if I can offer my 2 bits on worth on this. In general, I'm not a fan of the form-based code, as you may recall from previous conversations. But in this case, I feel that the 150-foot criterion of the form-based code is here for a good reason. And I have listened carefully, especially to Harmon's comments. And to me, that your distinction between practical and what was the other term? Possible. I don't find that it makes sense to me. I think that this is exactly the situation in which there was an element of maximum building length put into the form-based code, was to prevent a building like this from being built, and with its attendant aesthetics. So I don't find it reasonable to move ahead on that basis with approval.
Okay. Great. Peter, you want to talk some more?
Just going to put to John that I do agree buildings like this are problematic, but in this case with a train, it does serve a purpose of protecting the rest of the site, and it does have some semblance of a rail siding almost. But the idea that it does block that train noise from the rest of the site is, to me, the only thing that I can get comfortable with having a uninterrupted block this long. For what it's worth, you're not alone, but I see a mitigating circumstance.
Well, as you know, I'm very interested in the noise from the trains based on our previous conversation, but nevertheless, I find the aesthetics of this, basically we're building a wall between the street and the tracks that is really long, and I don't find it aesthetically pleasing at all, and I think that's why the form-based code has that criterion in there.
I'll point out that the building doesn't actually face the street.
Yeah, there's no.
It's actually behind another building that spans the entire block. So there actually isn't a street frontage that's visible of that, just in case that modifies your opinion somewhat. So let's move to key issue number 3, which is the question of the percentage of ELUs in the building. Anyone want to kick us off on that?
I will.
Sure.
So this is one of my pet peeves. I feel the city must have established the 20%, less than 20% as not requiring site review for a reason. I would always prefer to see more apartments that are slightly larger than an ELU. I may be the only person on this dais who's actually lived in a 400 square foot apartment, and I did so for 13 years, solely because I lived in New York City. It just seems to me that there's, this is not the deal killer for me on this one, but I really think we should stick with what is allowed and tend not to want to approve requests to go large, to have a larger number of ELUs.
Any other comments on that, or call on myself? I've also lived in small places and not in New York. In fact, in Salt Lake City, which is a massively sprawling, undense city. So I voluntarily opted into 2 different apartments that are smaller than these in a downtown so I could have a place that was affordable to live and also walkable to my office, which are all the same reasons I think people might want to do these things if I'm personalizing this, which is not typically what we're supposed to be doing at the dais. I do think that I actually think that and knowing something about the history of this, the 20% cap on ELUs is essentially sort of a classist approach to, we don't want to have that many people who can't afford a nicer thing all in the same place. It was a little bit of a way of trying to mitigate the perceived damage that comes from having people of different incomes living together. So I find it really a problematic rule that we still maintain this. And I also feel like that even though that is the rule we have in front of us, it just like the RH2 zoning, the reason that we have a trigger that kicks it to planning board is so that we can say, and the code actually contemplates this or anticipates this, well, if you go over that, we just need to see it to make sure it's done well. And that's where I think we are in this project. I mean, I have no problem at all with the percentage of ELUs. And I think that the mix of housing types and the diversity of housing types is really wonderful. I think if you take the larger neighborhood as a whole, the percentage of ELUs really would be diluted. And so if you are of the mindset that there are endemic problems with people living in smaller spaces for less money, then you could assume that the larger neighborhood absorbs that damage pretty nicely.
I agree with that. And I also think that there's probably a reason why the developers and have decided that there is a demand for this kind of living unit. Is there are a lot of young people who are getting started and need a place to live near where they work and don't have the space needs that others may have. And so I find it a little odd that we have that 20% rule. And so you go back further in planning board than I do, and I wasn't paying attention when that was put in, but I do find it odd, and so maybe in certain circumstances I would be warm to enforcing it. In this particular case, given where the site is, I don't see any downside to allowing a lot of smaller units where there's a demand for that. So I'm fine with it myself.
And just to respond to one comment in there, I don't actually know when that percentage was placed in there. It wasn't definitely not when I was on the board. It's been there for a lot longer. Do you guys
It's
know
been
when?
in there for quite some time, the 20% requirement that triggers use review. I would note that as part of the use table discussion that we've been having with council, one of the changes that we're proposing is to actually remove that trigger for use review if the idea is to create more of a diversity of unit types. But council will have to act on that in the future. But that was the proposal from staff.
Cool, thanks. John?
I can move ahead with the efficiency units there. I think there's a demand for it, and I think that's a reasonable location.
Okay. Other comments on the ELUs?
Yeah, I just think that the difference between needing 1,000 square feet for a one-bedroom apartment and 475 is furniture. We all can remember a time when, our first move or two, you moved by borrowing your friend's van and it took one trip, and until you had a ton of beds and, who had a bed? Put a mattress on the floor. So,
Futon.
so
talking about.
this is an opportunity for young people who actually might find 475 square feet to be a lot of space if it's not full of the junk that they've accumulated over 30 years of being an adult. I'm perfectly happy with a 475 square foot size.
Yep, I think it's great.
Cool. Another bite of the apple?
Yeah, one more bite, and that's a question. I noticed there's no balconies or even big windows that can open up for the entire glass portion of the window.
It's because of hobos.
Pardon?
Continue your question, John.
And I was wondering if there's been any consideration to providing some of those. I'm not sure how that changes the costs or the aesthetics, but I think they're very desirable for the people living there. Maybe the applicant could respond.
Can I trade you windows for your comfort on the length of the building? We have casement windows, so, where it doesn't look like, they're operable, they are. So that's for starters. And I think, secondly, the amount of common space, particularly outdoor common space, that we're providing for this project really dovetails with the high percentage of ELUs. For the young people that otherwise wouldn't be able to live in Boulder, to be able to live in this area, in a transit-oriented area, amenitized with jobs and restaurants and retail, they're willing to live there and make a little bit of a trade-off of the size of their apartment to then go socialize in some of these more open common areas. So we have substantial common areas, interior and exterior, to sort of satisfy that appetite for light and air.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just, it's not something we can require, but it seems to me like it would be very desirable for at least some of them to have balconies.
We're equally motivated to create a great quality of life for people and earn their business.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any other thoughts? We have gone through the 3 key issues. Does anyone want to make a motion? We've got 3 of them in the memo for each of the different chunks of this. Armin?
Like the first motion is to approve site review case LUR 2018-0016, adopting the staff memorandum as findings of fact, including the attached analysis of site review criteria and subject to the recommended conditions of approval.
Second.
Okay, does anyone want to speak to the motion? Hearing no comments, or no, John? Okay, cool.
I'll be opposing it for the reasons stated previously.
Cool, you'll get that chance after we vote. All in favor? Okay, we've got 4 in favor, all opposed? Okay, 2 opposed. That one passes. Anyone want to make the second motion?
I'll just keep doing it.
Cool.
Motion to approve form-based code review case LUR 2018-0017, adopting the memorandum as findings of fact, including the attached FBC checklist and subject to the recommended conditions of approval.
Second.
Anyone want to speak to this motion? Should we call a vote?
John? No?
Well, I'll just do I'll let my vote speak.
You can also, traditionally, if you want to vote against it and you want to make a comment about it, you do that after you vote against it.
Right.
That's what we've been doing. But so if you would like to do that, you could do that.
Thank you.
If I'm just telegraphing through what's happening here. Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, 4 votes for it. All opposed? 2. John, would you like to make a comment?
No, I think
Okay.
my feelings are known.
Cool, great. If you have a question, you can ask that too. So I'll make the third one just to break things up a little bit. I move that we approve use review case number LUR 2018-00018, adopting the staff memorandum as findings of fact, including the attached analysis of use review criteria and subject to the recommended conditions of approval.
I'll second it.
Cool. Anyone want to speak to the motion? Okay, we'll call a question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, 4 in favor, all opposed? 2. Okay, great. We are done with that.
Can I actually speak?
Sure.
So I want to just make it clear, I actually think the Spark development is lovely. I was there at the opening of the permanently affordable component. And my problem with this is that if we are going to use the form-based code, and the point of the form-based code is that the outcomes are predictable, then every time we allow an exception or a variance, I know we don't call them variances anymore, but that is still what they are, an exception that is a significant exception, we're basically obviating the purpose of the form-based code. But by pushing the form-based code, we're also limiting the input you can get from planning board on projects. So it seems like it's untenable is the wrong word, but I think it's an unfortunate situation that in this project, not because it's a good or bad project, but it's a project that raises those issues for me.
Yeah, I appreciate your sharing those thoughts, and you're definitely entitled to your opinion. I just want to provide a little backfill to that, because when we wrote the form-based code, we knew that there were a lot of things that we couldn't anticipate with all of those rules. And it's pretty hard to sort of imagine all the possible permutations of an entire sub-community all at once. And so even with the recommendation of the folks who wrote the form-based code, the consultant, and with staff, and city council, and this board, everyone felt it was very important to have an exception process to allow us to interpret the rules when we needed to differently. So just the fact-based backstory is that it was an intentional thing, not something that was happening on accident because we couldn't foresee something, and it's not a rule that's being broken. It's more that we knew that there needed to be an open door for this board to be able to review it and exert discretion, which is the review that we do here. So that's just my thought on that. Armin?
So I'm going to kind of say the same thing Brian said in a little different way.
Probably a lot better, too.
Which is that a variance and a modification in site review are two different things. And a variance and an exception in form-based code review are two different things. The point of a variance is to say that here's this code thing that says you need, in a RL1 zone district, you can only have, you have to have a 25-foot setback from the property line for the face of the house. There's no provision to modify that in that zone district at all. So you have to go through a whole second hearing in front of the Board of Zoning Adjustment, and the Board of Zoning Adjustment can decide whether to actually vary a code that has no other methodology to vary it. When you put an exception into the form-based code, a process that's actually baked into the code itself, it's acknowledging that you're not varying the code. You're not actually asking for someone to give you special dispensation from the code. You're working within the existing code. It's built to be accepted from. It's built, if you're talking about site review, to be modified. And I hear people talk about, well, you're giving them a variance under site review. First of all, planning board don't give variances. That's what BOZA does. Second of all, it's not a variance. It's meant to be considered as part of the process, and it's provided for in the code. And so I don't get up in arms when people come in front of me saying, we're looking for an exception here. The thing that I'm getting up in arms about is that one of the purposes, if you want to talk about purposes of the form-based code, was to create a predictable process that wouldn't land applicants in front of planning board all the time, that would push some of the decision-making down to staff, because the code under form-based code is prescriptive enough to allow staff to make the decision without our oversight. And the first time we heard a form-based code application, it had been in front of staff for well over 2 years, and when it started, the applicant was asking for 51 variances. Now I'm messing my own stuff up. Asking for 51 exceptions to the form-based code. And by the time it got in front of us, they were asking for 5 or 4, I can't remember, but there were 47 solutions that staff created. That's almost a major league shortstop's fielding percentage. That is pretty good. And yet we called this project up. And we called the last form-based code project up, and now we're calling this form-based code project up. And like I said before, my opinion is that this form-based code project is asking for 5 exceptions, 4 of them completely unavoidable, and 1 of them a judgment call that staff found was met. And if we're going to keep calling up form-based code projects, then who's really violating the spirit of the code? That's what I want to know.
Good point.
If I can just respond to that. This may, I'm sorry?
No, go ahead.
Well, you were saying something.
That's all right.
This may be one of the issues that we'll be able to talk about when we actually do a first phase review of form-based code.
Yeah, I think that's true, yeah. Okay, I'm going to call a quick break so we can reboot and get ready for 9096 Arapahoe site review, which is our 3rd site review of the evening. Thanks, everybody. See you in 5 minutes.
A big night.
we all in?
Yep.
Close the door.
Oh, yeah, please.
Smart enough to leave.
Okay, we're going to see if we can get to the last item on our agenda here, which I know you guys have been waiting for. So I'm sure you found the previous items super entertaining while you were waiting. We are very, very entertaining. So the last agenda item is public hearing on site review application LUR 2018-00005. And a recommendation for to Kansas City Council and proposed amendments to the annexation agreement for 90 and 96 Arapahoe. So two items bundled together here, and we're going to start off by a presentation from staff, as usual.
Great, and once again, Elaine McLaughlin will present staff's analysis tonight.
Thanks. So again, just a brief overview of where we're headed with this. We'll take a look at the context and the process. Some of you were here in 2017 for concept plan and annexation, but for those who weren't, we'll review some of those basics. And then a brief summary of the proposed project, and then we have those two key issues that we'll be looking at. So the review process is fairly comprehensive, and as I noted, it did start with a concept plan in 2017 and annexation, and then the site review was submitted. It was reviewed a number of times by staff, Development Review Committee, Landmarks Design Review Committee also looked at the changes to the historic building. DAB reviewed the proposal earlier this year, and then that brings us to tonight. This will be followed by City Council, and if approved, the landmarks designations will be processed, tech docs, and building permits would follow. Site itself, if most of you don't already know, is at the west end of town, and it's been developed since the 1940s, and it's also been planned for medium-density residential development under the comp plan for decades. Under the comp plan, the land uses are expected to include a variety of housing types, such as attached residential at 6 to 14 use per acre. And then in 2017, with the annexation, the site was zoned RM3, residential medium 3, and that's consistent with the comp plan, of course. It's, that zoning's defined primarily for attached residential development with units having direct access to the ground level. And then in terms of built context, we'll start down the street a little ways. This is the Park Gables residential. It was built roughly from 2007 to 2014. It's 13 duplexes on a 1 acre site. The Foot of the Mountain Motel is located a little closer to this site, as is a small office building, and then a couple of larger office buildings adjacent to the site on the east. And then Eben G. Fine Park, we're all probably familiar with, is a community park. It has picnic facilities, restrooms, open play fields, and play structures. And this time of year, it's pretty popular with inner tubers and kayakers, along with summer camps. And then west of the site is what is now open space. It formerly was owned as part of this property. It's now dedicated to City Open Space Mountain Parks, includes that prominent bluff, and the Boulder multi-use path, Boulder Creek multi-use paths located along the north side of the site. So when we look at the roughly 5 acre site starting on the east end, that's now the home of September School, which is the longest running private nonprofit high school in Boulder. And that took residents last year. It utilizes the former duplex building, sales office and barn building. And from these images, you get a sense of those terraces that are on the site, and they have also preserved those stone retaining walls that exist. And then at the front, of course, there's the historic Anderson ditch that aligns the front of that property. That 96 Arapahoe property was developed in the 40s and 50s by Wayne Newsom, who was considered one of Boulder's premier gardeners. And he had a landscaping business on the site. The property is pending the landmarking of the buildings. And as I pointed out, the rehabilitation of the structures was done by DRC, Landmarks DRC, in 2018. On the west side of the site, 90 Arapahoe, it's the former Silver Saddle Motel, and it's operated in that location for decades, comprised of an administrative office and caretaker's unit, along with a row of 4 cabins that are attached by carports, parking area. And west of the office, there was a 2-story walk-up motel building that's now been removed. And then if you get up the hill, there's a sense of the terraces that you can see when you move up the site. And at the top of the terrace, another single-story building of inline motels. And as you can see from early images, it was a motor court motel that really hit its zenith in the 40s to the 60s. And it typically was configured with easy access from the unit to a car. And in the case of the Silver Saddle Motel, these buildings were arranged in rows along those terraces, as you can see from those historic photos. Similarly, from the topo map, you can clearly see where those terraces exist today. And so overlaid onto that site, the proposed project consists of residential units and the school with the adaptive reuse of the historic motel buildings and building envelopes that will total 46 dwelling units, roughly at 9.2 DUs per acre, where the city zoning permits up to 12.4 DUs per acre. So at the time of annexation, the applicant dedicated just under 3 acres of the land on the upper reaches of the site. And that's what's in open space now. And the bluff will end up serving as this nice backdrop to the residential units in the school. Per the annexation agreement, the applicant committed to providing 45% of the residential units as permanently affordable and to build them as on-site for-sale units. The annexation agreement also requires that there be a mix of affordability, including both low and middle income qualifiers, as well as market rate units. And then the project is intended to be phased, with phase 1 within 3 years, and that includes grading, roads, infrastructure, and then renovation of those historic structures, landscaping around those areas. Phase 2 is for the structures on the center and upper terraces and landscaping, and is proposed to begin within 2 years of the building permit issuance of those landmarked structures, and then complete within 3 years. That third phase is the westernmost portion of the site, intended to be done 3 years after issuance of the historic structures, and completed within 3 years of the start of that third phase. So with build out of the for-sale building envelopes over time, the applicant prepared a design pattern book to guide individual builders and architects. And the intent really is to just ensure predictability in the outcome and allow some variation in design choices. It's essentially a form-based approach, and it provides direction, building form, details, specific metrics for each building envelope that's identified on the site plan. I'm hoping the applicant will spend a little bit more time on this, but in essence, that building form section provides the mechanism to design the anticipated bulk plane for each building envelope, and exceptions that can be made to encroach in the bulk plane, such as chimneys, porch roofs, eaves, or other elements. And the use of this in the guidelines really serves as like a 3-dimensional frame for each envelope, and within which there are design moves, almost like sculpting the building, if you will. And for example, definition of both the front and rear facade, and at least one change in wall plane of at least 2 feet is required, along with a minimum 2-foot change for sidewalls. And so there's other rules, like the maximum length of a sidewall before you can require the 2-foot change. And then, of course, it allows those exceptions, like the dormers, to project out of that roof form or out of that building form, and similarly chimneys. And then the guidelines also have specific criteria or metrics for roof pitches, so 612 to 1212 roof pitches, and that roof forms can include things like gables, shed, hip, dormers, just in keeping with the context. And then the pattern book also defines specific allowed finishes for the site, and we'll talk a bit about that in the key issues. So the pattern book establishes these bulk planes and specific metrics for each individual building envelope that's on the site. And in addition, because the terms of annexation require that each unit be no larger than 2,200 square feet, the size of the unit, as well as each individual placement, is fairly unique. So they've taken that into consideration for each individual building envelope. Then the applicant is requesting an amendment to the annexation agreement and the right-of-way vacation at the terminus of Arapahoe. And so to understand this request, it helps to take a look at the context. In this remnant of right-of-way, this is essentially just the terminus of Arapahoe, there's some constraints. Obviously, the landmarked buildings that are there, but there's also a slope down from where those motel buildings are down to the bike path. And once the applicant got into the design process, it became clear that an urban street standard from the city's DCS, Design and Construction Standards, were forcing a more urban cross-section that required things like an 8% vertical slope, detached walkways, a specific width of the roadway, that would have forced essentially grading and retaining walls that seemed relatively unnecessary for what is essentially a terminus of this roadway. So as part of the annexation amendment process, the applicant intends to also simultaneously request the vacation of that right-of-way. Then with regard to key issue 1 and the site review criteria analysis, staff finds it to be consistent with the comp plan and that medium density land use. And there's a number of BVCP policies that the plans were found to be consistent with, touching on a few of those, also described in attachment A of the memo. It's design in the preferred compact development pattern, and that's because development in this area has essentially been in these terraced areas for decades. It remains a compact site. And so with the upper areas now dedicated as open space, there's essentially a community edge that gets established by preservation of that prominent bluff on the site. Then consistent with policy 2.27, the historic features of the site include the former motel buildings and then the Newsom duplex and barn. They're preserved in perpetuity through the landmarking process, which would be the next step after this. And staff finds those to be creatively, adaptively reused. And this is something that was echoed from the Landmarks DRC as well that I'm passing along. Consistent with policy 2.41, the pattern book provides comprehensive and predictable building design guidance. And for 319, the hillside protection, the applicant's utilizing existing terraces as we've talked about, reinforcing the hillside and ensuring that the upper reaches have been protected. Then the proposed project clearly meets the housing policies in that 19 of the 46 will be for sale, permanently affordable, and designed to be integrated into the site. Then regarding circulation site review criteria, just touching on some of these, the high speeds for this site are discouraged by the use of this shared Wunderf Street. And the intent really is to essentially slow traffic just by virtue of the configuration of the road, which is somewhat narrowed, using a special type of paving and landscape plantings that frame the street. Again, it essentially, by the nature of the design, slows traffic. Regarding alternatives to the auto, of course, this unique adjacency to the Boulder Creek path, it's a 5-mile connector through town. It creates an opportunity to make simple access attractive to residents and students and faculty through the addition of these connections to the bike path. Also, the site's within a quarter to a half mile of 5 bus stops. Those serve the 205, the N, and the Climb buses. That accesses both downtown and Nederland. And the applicant will also be providing a 3-year alternative transportation fund. And I know you talked about that a little bit with the previous application, but it really essentially provides opportunities for a variety of different methods for alt-mode travel. So then included in the proposed project is a request for height modification, and that's due to topography. The land use code does provide a mechanism through site review for the city to consider these modifications. Specifically, it states if the height modifications to allow the greater of 2 stories or the maximum number of stories permitted. and the height modification is necessary because of topography of the site. In this case, 3 stories are permitted by right. And so in this regard, like we've presented, the terrace topography from one end to the other, it's essentially a 50-foot grade transition across the site. So clearly there's a need topographically to be able to request a modification. So that essentially lays out something like this, and you can see that the applicant's essentially reusing those existing terraces, and in between those terraces, there's going to be varying degrees of slope, which makes, again, the challenge of placing the units within the 35 feet. So there's these various areas, primarily on that upper area in the middle and on the western area. Again, where the topo drops away from some of these terraces, it makes it difficult to actually achieve those 3 stories. Here's an example excerpt from the applicant's pattern book. You can see that sloping and terrace topographic setting really creates those basic challenges. And in this case, you can see how you wouldn't be able to achieve the 3 stories within 35 feet. So given the request for the height modifications, there's other types of criteria that come into play regarding building design. And in this case, it's compatibility in the context. So there's not a lot of contemporary references nearby, as we know. There's the office buildings and the historic buildings. They all have gabled roofs. And you can take some design cues from the topography as well, the sloping topography. So in that regard, the design pattern book emphasizes simple forms, pitched roofs, compatible materials, really all intended to create buildings that are of their time, but also creating something that blends well with the existing context. And then similarly, contextual buildings are finished in stone and wood nearby, so the design pattern book recommends like materials. It expands that palette by suggesting contemporary materials like metal panel. And then finally, with regard to the annexation agreement amendment, staff finds that the annexation would remain consistent with the original agreement in terms particularly of the BVCP policies for annexation related to community benefit. Those, of course, include the dedication of that open space, landmarking of those historic resources, provision of the land and facilities that was provided to September School, as well as, again, 45% of the residential being for sale, permanently affordable units. And so at the time of annexation, the applicant provided a concept plan, and it appeared to allow for Arapahoe Avenue to be designed and constructed in that urban configuration. But as we demonstrated, given the terminus of this street in this location, it makes sense to go ahead and amend that annexation agreement. Finally, there was public notification, and staff did not receive any comments. All those requirements of 943 were met, and if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Great. Do we have any questions for staff? John?
I tried to get
Yeah, I'd like to understand better how it works with the pattern book. Is the city responsible for interpreting and enforcing it, or?
That's correct. The exception are the triplexes that would require TechDoc, but otherwise it would be staff at building permit looking over the plans and ensuring they're consistent with the pattern book. And it's a process that's been used in other areas of the city. One example comes to mind is at Trailhead, and a similar type of approach where it was adopting guidelines in that context.
Holiday as well.
So in those 2 locations where it's been used, has staff found it to be a reasonable approach to the issue?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
David.
All right. I think there were planned September School buildings in the concept review. Those will be coming to us in a site review modification in the future if they come up? Am I remembering that
As a
right?
future building, there is a future building potential up higher on the slope. It's not part of this package.
So it would be like a site review modification
yeah.
later. Okay, great. And then the retaining wall you mentioned being maintained, that is in the annexation agreement, right? So that does say that.
Those retaining walls?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah, because I remember we had a discussion and we decided not to landmark it, but we
Right.
could, I think,
Being able
yes.
to integrate it into the design, yeah.
Yeah, the maintenance is not proposed to be addressed in the annexation agreement amendment, but that's something that we would address in the subdivision agreement. There has to be a subdivision process as part of this, and when there are private improvements like that that serve several sites, we always address who's going to be responsible for maintenance.
Cool. Okay, thank you.
Harmon and Sarah?
So when Landmarks Board heard the application for the Newsom barn, is the Newsom lettering part of the landmarking, or can that be?
I believe so, but that's a great question for the applicant. I wasn't involved with the landmarks DRC discussion.
Sarah?
So I just actually have a follow-up question on I guess it's sort of the financial structure. So this has to be an HOA development? Okay, so everyone will be paying into, okay, I just wanted to double check.
Other questions for staff? John?
Yeah, with respect to the vacation of the Arapahoe extension, I understand that you know, the bike path would continue to be a city right-of-way.
That's correct.
And the effect of that vacation enables the applicant to have sufficient setback for their houses along, for the buildings along.
Correct.
Along
That's right.
that perimeter, which they might otherwise have to move a bit back unless they got a variance of some kind. Is that correct?
I think they designed it before the vacation came up, and we can defer that to the applicant, but my recollection is that the issue of the vacation came up much later in the design process, so.
Yeah, I think it's in response to the constraints. I think you have grade, I think you have the path, you have the creek, and then the historic structure, I'm sorry, the ditch, not the creek, rather. So I think this was the compromise, recognizing that it would be really difficult to meet the design and construction standards, and recognizing that this stretch of the terminus of Arapahoe really only serves this development. We felt it appropriate to support the vacation and allow them to maintain it as a private street. That said, we do have 3 connections that'll go to the path. There is a little walkway, so you don't have to actually walk on the terminus. There's a walkway on the west side of it that kind of goes around the roundabout. So they've tried to address all the elements of a complete street, just not in a traditional way.
Thank you. And then just one other question. Is there any opportunity to establish a public access to the open space somewhere through this area?
There is a preference by Open Space and Mountain Parks that there not be access in this location, and a lot of it has to do with maintaining the integrity of the connected open space and habitat fragmentation and things like that. So this is actually really beneficial to the open space to maintain that.
And I think that was part of the discussion at annexation.
I recall the discussion.
David?
And also, I think that it's really so steep that there isn't much that people could do on it. I mean, it's not like a rock climbing wall, but it's also very steep. So I don't know if anybody remembers that.
Wasn't there something in the annexation that the owner was still going to retain an easement to get up to some, like?
I think there was discussion of that, but it was nixed in the end, again, in the interest of the open space system.
Thanks.
One question. Yeah, please.
So just not having been here to see the pattern books for the other major developments, you know, this one has, with the bulk plane analysis for every single site, it seems like this may be the most prescriptive pattern book amongst that group, or is it more comparable than I thought?
As somebody who's had to administer a lot of these over the years, this is the most prescriptive one I've seen. And, we've done them for Northfield Commons, a number of large, back when we were doing forms of greenfield development in North Boulder and out off of Calmia, we were using these types of documents a lot, but this is the most prescriptive I've seen.
I would also just add that based on the discussion at the Design Advisory Board, there was a lot of reflection on how those past ones have been done and how that adapted the approach that's been used in this one. So I think there's been a lot of learning.
Yeah, and we're always looking through the staff lens that, in 2 years when people are bringing in permits, we want to make sure that, we're reviewing these things consistently. So the more prescriptive, the better.
Any other questions?
Be a sign of my newness. So these individual homes won't have to come through site review?
Correct.
Okay.
John?
One additional, as long as we're thinking about ditches tonight.
When aren't we?
When aren't we?
I never stop anyway, but, so the Anderson ditch, which largely runs underground in this area, it may be relocated in some points or reinforced for the traffic.
I believe at the, and this is best deferred to the applicant's engineer, but there's a point at the west end where it daylights and it has to be reconfigured in that location, working with the ditch company, but where it is fully daylighted in front of 90 Arapahoe, it's not going to be changed, but I would defer to the applicant's engineer on that.
Okay, I'll ask later.
Maybe that's a good segue into hearing from the applicant. Anyone have any burning questions? No? Okay. Applicant, it is your job now to take us through the next few minutes. Thanks.
Well, good evening. I'm Tim Laughlin with Surround Architecture, and I'm pleased to be here tonight to discuss this site review for 90 and 96 Arapahoe. I would like to thank those in attendance, although I think they're all with us, as well as Planning Board for their thoughtful consideration of this project. I would also like to thank staff for their detailed review of this application and their collective efforts in working closely with our team to craft a thoughtful and balanced vision. With me tonight is Curtis McDonald, the owner of 90 Arapahoe, Ron Drashear with the September School, as well as the rest of our design team. Demonstrated within your packet of information and by staff's presentation are the many constraints, challenges, and complexities present in redeveloping this site. In the interest of brevity and to minimize repeating information, I would prefer to focus on many of the qualitative aspects of this project. In 2017, a use review for the September School was approved by Planning Board. This approval, along with the annexation, laid the groundwork for the September School, a private high school founded in Boulder in 1973, to have a permanent home. Students and staff currently teach and learn in the original Newsom's Nursery building and the former Newsom residence on 96 Arapahoe. This site review will formalize student drop-off, improve ADA access, and provide for vehicle and ADA access to the upper portion of the September School property. These approvals and the continuing cooperation between property owners provide stability for the September School, its students, and the neighboring area. Last fall, the Landmarks Board approved landmark alteration certificates for the original motel building, the 4 cabins in front, and the original caretaker home and motel office. When renovations are complete, they will provide 6 dwelling units, 4 of which will be permanently affordable. The preservation of this resource is a big plus for the neighborhood and for the city of Boulder. The Silver Saddle Motel played an interesting role in the history of Boulder with auto tourism, and these buildings act as the front door to Saddle Creek. The new access road to Saddle Creek will dramatically increase permeability into the site, and that visual connectivity will cultivate a more connected relationship between neighborhood and the creek path. Infill development may not be the best term to use since this site is at the edge of the city, but it is redevelopment. 30 years ago, before Arapahoe was rerouted and the western portion of Boulder Creek path was constructed, 2 successful businesses were operating here. When Arapahoe was rerouted, the dynamic of the area changed. a motel that's history was based on the automobile felt disconnected. And over the years, that disconnection has become more evident. But the dynamic around this site, once again, is about to change. 46 dwelling units, 19 affordable ones, and a private high school have the power to transform. We see a rise in activity and a liveliness that will vitalize this isolated corner at the edge of Boulder. One of the principal design drivers that guided us through the design process is threading affordable housing into the neighborhood. 19 of 46 dwelling units are for sale, permanently affordable. Those 19 units range from 600 square feet to 2,200 square feet, and from 1 to 4 bedrooms. There's also a price range from low, moderate, area, median income buyers to 120% AMI buyers. To us, integrating affordability means a few things: dispersing affordable housing throughout the site, creating design guidelines that assure quality, and by extension, quality design, and by extension, quality construction, providing a streetscape that emphasizes pedestrian and family activity, and blending permanently affordable units with market rate units seamlessly. Another principal driver which guided us is the desire to create a sense of place. All of us may have a different idea of what this term means, but we generally agree that sameness does not inspire us, variety excites, and differences engage us. Within the confines of the city, the streetscape often helps define that sense of place. This can be broken down to the street itself, the sidewalks, landscaping, buildings, and all the spaces in between. Narrow streets reduce speed and feel less vehicle dominant. The 20-foot wide streets can accommodate fire and emergency vehicles, but don't control the streetscape. Smaller scale paving patterns appeal to the human scale. A combination of scored concrete drives and paver walks and driveways accomplish this. Eliminating the curb and gutter softens the transition from street to sidewalk. Light bollards provide interest at the pedestrian level and place light where it is most needed. Neighbors should feel comfortable skating or playing catch in the street. Sidewalks should blend with the street, but a change in surface marks the boundary for the vehicles. Street lighting, accomplished with low-level lighting, those light bollards are spaced much closer than traditional pole-mounted lights and reduce light pollution. Trees, plantings, and porches bring a finite level of detail to the streetscape and encourage spaces to be occupied. The architecture also contributes to a sense of place. And we approach this by defining specific building envelopes and determining the number of units that would be created for each envelope. We then created a design pattern book which incorporated a form-based method of control. Each building envelope has a given location, orientation, and height. Within the pattern book, bulk is prescribed, articulation is described, and exceptions that create variety and interest are both encouraged and defined. Our challenge is to excite and engage, yet control outcome without resorting to sameness. We included envelope exceptions for dormers and chimneys. Wall articulation is required for every side of the building envelope. Projections for eaves, front porches, decks, and balconies are encouraged. Low roofs, which visually reduce mass, are encouraged. A defined entry with an easily identifiable front door is required. As an example, the front porch creates a distinction between public and private. It further articulates building form, and it encourages activity at the street level. The guidelines allow for a front porch to project beyond a building envelope if certain conditions are met, conditions that create additional articulation and detailing requirements. It's easy to see from the site plan that every building envelope is unique in this site. Each envelope has varying constraints, producing a variety of buildings. Consistent characteristic elements like front porches and chimneys and wall articulation will lead to a harmonious neighborhood. For the purpose of site review, density is known, building locations are known, building height is known, affordable and market rate unit locations are known, bulk is known. But form is malleable and style is not prescribed. Another attribute that contributes to a sense of place is quality. Quality in that you know it when you see it manner. From design of places and spaces and form to materials to details and through construction, the design pattern book directly addresses design, materiality, and detailing aspects. Clarity and simplicity of form, honesty in application of materials, the use of materials that have a textural element, Durability through the use of high-quality, low-maintenance materials. Details from eaves to windows, trim to how siding transitions from one material to another. And the thoughtful planning of building systems so that vents and condensers and radon systems can be located where they're not obtrusive. The goal is to have high-quality design that is reflected with quality materials and backed up with quality construction. In early 2015, an application to Annex 90 and 96 Arapahoe was submitted. That submittal started a journey that is in its 4th year. During that journey, 2.67 acres of property were dedicated to open space and are now part of an open space and mountain parks resource conservation area. The September School has found a permanent home, allowing staff and teachers to focus on student education and wellness in this exceptional setting. 2 historic structures will be preserved through adaptive reuse and become designated local historic landmarks. 46 total dwelling units will be created in a city that needs housing. 19 for-sale affordable dwelling units will be created in a city that has a high demand for affordable housing. The combined benefits of all of the above mean a reinvigoration of this little spot that's nestled at the base of Flagstaff Mountain in between Boulder Creek. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant? Sarah? Not you first, John, sorry.
Sorry. So it just occurred to me that with the buildings that are being replaced there, what's replacing the buildings there, which is quite a beautiful proposal, will generate more light. The houses will generate more light than what has been there in the past. And I'm curious if you've given any thought to the implications for that additional light at the sort of at the mouth of the mouth of Arapahoe, sort of facing back towards town. Just sort of if you've given any thought to that.
I don't think it was a direct consideration, but in our drives around the site and taking photographs, there are so many trees in the corridor of Boulder Creek that like in the summertime, you can't even see into the site coming down Boulder Canyon. In the wintertime, when the leaves have fallen, you'll probably get some, but it's pretty packed in there with branches.
Maybe this is a good time for Charles to elaborate for us the site lighting requirements that we have in the city.
Right, so we have outdoor exterior lighting requirements. I think you're talking about maybe the light that's being generated from new structures internally.
Yeah, I'm just the homes that are imagined here. When I've seen homes like this before, they often have beautiful big windows and beautiful lighting, and it's often on a lot. And I was just wondering about the implications for sort of suddenly having a source of evening artificial light that just we haven't had before.
Cool. I guess I wasn't understanding. There was a generated from the interior of the buildings that we were talking about. But we don't allow people in the city to trespass light off their property line with exterior lighting. But interior lighting is not part of our regulations. So the outside lighting at least is 100% not going to be visible.
Yeah, I was actually going to follow up on Sarah's question. So, sorry. Following up on Sarah's question, most of the neighborhoods in Boulder are pretty flat, and this you really have a lot of drop off between the terraces. So when the design of the lighting is considered, really have to look at it in 3 dimensions. Have you gotten that far in terms of design, or it doesn't look like we're there yet? But
we're not designing any of the individual structures at the moment, but we did really consider this, knowing that it terraces like that and it does climb up the hillside.
Yeah.
By using those light bollards that, are 3-4 feet tall, and they're putting light down only where you need it, and reducing light pollution.
Because you're in this position where the typical horizontal cutoff, which works to keep light from trespassing across boundary lines, might not work when your neighbor is 20 feet below you and is looking up into it.
Yeah, it's a challenge for sure.
Anyway, yeah, I guess it's a little ahead of where we are right now, but thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? John?
Yeah, can you describe how this is going to be built? Will the developer be building all of the buildings and then selling them? Or is the intention to sell individual lots to individuals who will then build, or how? Please.
Do I need to give my name?
Yeah.
No. Thank you. Curtis McDonald, Lafarge Avenue, Louisville, Colorado. I originally intended to build everything, and then I started confronting the economic realities of things and the long cycle of the project. Now my intention is to build all the infrastructure and to sell 3 or 4 of the building envelope locations in order to pay down the debt for the construction loan. My intent is to build as many as I can myself, because that is why I started the project, and to be blunt, that's where the money is, but some small number of building envelopes I intend to sell.
And so those building envelopes will be conditioned to have, say, the affordable housing as have been pointed out in the various maps and so on.
Yeah.
And I don't know what other conditions there might be, but.
The only condition is you buy a building envelope for a duplex. I give you a building envelope for 2 affordable housing units. You must build the affordable housing units first and get the CO for those before you can get the CO for, but that's a requirement of the annexation agreement. So if somebody buys a building envelope to build 2 market rate units, they must build 2 affordable units and have those COs prior to getting the certificate of occupancy for the units they build.
I see, so you'll deal with that in a contractual arrangement with whoever buys.
Otherwise, I have to build the affordable units for them. So this is something I can require them to do.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
David?
I think that I saw in the drawings that there is a connector to the multi-use connector to on the west area on Placer. So thank you for doing that. I know that was from the concept review. I just wanted to confirm. Great.
Cool. Other questions for the staff or for the applicant?
Well, I'm not sure who this is for. So this method of pairing the purchase of market rate and affordable housing, has that ever been done in Boulder before? And who's responsible for any maintenance of the permanently affordable units? How does that work? How will that work? How could that work? How might that work?
I'm going to invite Beth Roberts from Housing Up.
Okay, thanks.
Good evening, Beth Roberts with the Housing Division. You know, I don't know that we've had that exact pairing, but we have always had concurrency requirements. So, for instance, we talked about Northfield Village and Commons earlier. They had concurrency requirements to build as many affordable housing units as they did market rate units. They couldn't proceed and just build all the market units without fulfilling the affordable housing requirement. I think the applicant's proposal here is a different approach, but it's an approach that will work for him as he works through the project.
And the maintenance may be the wrong term, but the assurance that the permanently affordable remains permanently affordable and is covered by whatever city requirements exist? How does that process?
So we always, with permanently affordable units, whether they're rental or for sale, we have deed restricting permanently affordable covenants that run with the land and the property. So they will remain affordable in perpetuity. And then in terms of maintenance of the units, and I don't know how the HOA will be structured yet, but we certainly will review those HOA documents to ensure that the affordable housing owners are treated equitably and are not assessed at a different or higher rate than market rate units owners would be.
Thanks.
Cool. Other questions?
Thank you.
I'm glad you stuck around, Beth. You got a good question. No, I just meant thank you for staying.
I just had the one about the news.
Actually, yeah, I'll go ahead and ask this. I remember, I think, Harmon, you brought it up, and John kind of also talked about it, but putting in the annexation agreement an allowance to allow a food truck pad near the entrance to the site. I'm just curious if there's been any thought put into taking advantage of that. I think that made it in, or did it make it in? Maybe that was nixed by
It did, yeah.
It did make it in. I didn't see any plans yet, so if you want to comment on whether you think in the future that might ever happen.
There is a parking lot that does front Boulder Creek, and there's certainly space to park a food truck there, but the motion that was made by council for that requirement was removed before it was approved.
That's right. It was the planning board who
okay, yeah, I didn't watch those
recommended it,
proceedings.
and council didn't adopt it.
I wasn't at that meeting, but what I heard was there was concern about, in a place that already is tight on parking just because of where it's at, getting more and more people to show up there might cause more problems than.
Okay, yeah, I should have watched the
Might
council
stall.
proceedings, and I would have known that, but thank you.
The one cool thing that we did.
Drat.
So any other questions for the applicant before we?
Yeah, I just wanted to know if the new Zoom lettering was part of the landmarking of the barn.
Hi, my name's Ron Drescher. I'm the president of the boards for September School. And part of our design review for landmarks, one thing is our official landmarks, we were going in August, but Marcy just emailed me today and asked if we could go to September's meeting for a formal, but it'll be just a formal everything in. The Newsom sign, the goal is to save that, as we have to replace that siding with a fire safety, because we're in the wildlife transition zone, or wildfire transition zone, is to pull that off and then replace it on top of the fire safe material. So that sign is, we're doing our best to save it.
Okay, thank you. Right on, thank you.
Anything else?
Oh, I'm glad you guys found a home there, though.
Yeah, it's
wonderful.
Wonderful. I really want to thank everybody. We had just had our second graduation there. It's an amazing place.
That's great.
So,
it's wonderful. You guys do great work.
Yeah, that was a great hearing that we had with your school, the students.
Yeah, totally. John?
Yeah, I was hoping the applicant might address the matter of vacating half of the Arapahoe Road right-of-way and what impact that has on your layout. And the reason I ask is because I presume one of the alternatives initially was to have car traffic somewhere along that right-of-way for your purposes, and I just inquiring about that.
Curtis Stevens with Sneedis Group, civil engineer. So with regards to the right-of-way, the actual vacation didn't change the site plan really at all. We had worked really closely with staff over, well, I guess 4 years to work out a layout in the building envelopes and kind of a road footprint. And then at I wouldn't say the last minute, but at the end, as we were working with staff, we came up with, had a discussion about, well, this really only serves one property, and is it appropriate for us to do basically modifications to the DCS and have a public roadway that doesn't meet the DCS that serves one property? Or should we just vacate the right-of-way and make this a private road? The roadway design, we worked very closely with staff. While it doesn't meet a lot of the DCS requirements, it does meet safety requirements prescribed by, AASHTO, the federal highway and stuff like that, for the low volume that's going to be seen on this. And ultimately, we basically working with staff were like, I think this is going to be easier and more appropriate for the use for this to be a private road, not a city street. And that was what basically triggered us into vacation mode.
That's what it takes.
We're getting close.
Still kind of in vacation mode.
But we didn't change any building envelopes as a result of going into doing the vacation.
Oh, so it didn't affect the location of the westernmost buildings
Correct. We actually, the roadway took it up, and then west of where the roadway is, and we have that strip we're vacating, that is purely being used for landscaping and drainage. Basically, working with staff, it was like, well, it's drainage for your project, vacate that and maintain that as well. And, you know, we'll have our buffer, but we didn't move a building envelope as a result of that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Any last questions before we?
As long as the engineer is up.
Okay.
So I'm just wondering what changes to the alignment of the Anderson ditch is involved here?
Ooh, Anderson ditch. So the Anderson ditch has been a very involved process on this one, much more so than I would say most site reviews. We kind of have a good plan of where we're going to do the ditch, but the details are kind of left to Tech Doc. At this point on this project, we have done full hydraulic analysis. We've been in front of the ditch board. We don't have formal written approvals, but we have taken a design to the board, worked with their engineer, worked with the representative who works with the state on water stuff. Generally, the alignment is actually going to stay the same. What we're going to do is reconstruct a failing underground ditch system, put in more cleanouts. We are going to underground a little bit more of the western end and improve the ditch gauging flume. There's a flume to measure flows off the creek that is marginal as far as accuracy. It's just old. So we're going to build a new flume. And then on the east end, the ditch company is requiring us to pipe all the way to the property line. As you know, I think we talked about this during the concept hearing of in front of September School, it's an open ditch right now, and what was going to happen with that. The ditch company very much wants that undergrounded through there, partially safety. You know, they want the whole thing rebuilt, and they've dictated that. That also goes to a little bit of the history about the walls. We are preserving those existing walls. I think that's the confusion over existing. We're preserving all that. We didn't landmark it because the ditch company, it's in their easement, and they were like, we need to be able to work on those walls if there's a failure without dealing with the landmarks, just to put it bluntly. Any other questions?
No, that's fine.
It was great to see the full plan and profile of the ditch layout in the drawings. Nice job.
Taken it a long ways for Saturday.
Clearly, yeah. All right, any other questions for the applicant before we hear from members of the public? Okay, great. So now's where we hear from folks who would like to comment on the project. If you haven't already signed up with Cindy, this is the time to do it. We have one person so far, which is Curtis McDonald.
I already spoke.
Okay, cool. I'm curious whether you're going to speak in favor of the project or against it. Okay, great. Thanks. So we'll return.
I would like to.
Okay, go ahead, please. You know, if you'd like to address us.
Myself previously, I was introduced as the owner of this project. I'm actually the co-owner with David Remington. His family has owned the property since the 1940s, and I'd just like to introduce David. Here he is.
Nice to meet you, David.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming out.
Nice project.
Yeah, it's a really great project. So, okay, so we have, returning the matter to the board. Does anyone have anything they would like to disclose?
I live in the same neighborhood with one of the architects on this project, but I feel that I'm able to address this objectively.
Okay, anybody else?
I trespassed vigorously on the property today, all over, including on very dangerous and unsafe staircases that are connecting terraces, and then got caught by a lady who works at the September School. So it was interesting.
Cool, sounds good.
Yeah, I did the same thing back at concept review time, when rambling down where the new street's going to be built, and got stuck in some thorns, I think.
Yeah, cool.
Anyway.
I'll disclose that my previous business partner stayed there once and didn't like it.
Do you think you can be objective?
I think I can still be objective. I'm not sure which direction that would sway me one way or the other. And also, I guess I was on, I participated in the DAB review of the design review guidelines, so I should disclose that as well. Anything else? Nope. Okay, great. So we've got two key issues in front of us. One is really the site review criteria, including the comp plan, and then two is the annexation agreement amendment. which deals with the vacation of the extension of Arapahoe. Who would like to kick us off on this? Anybody? Peter.
I love the BVC policy lineup with the affordable housing, and I otherwise don't see any conflict with site review criteria at this point. I reserve the right to speak again, though.
Great, cool. We'll just come down the line this way.
Yeah, I think it's consistent with the site review criteria as it was shown in the staff report, as well as BVCP policies, particularly around infill sensitive development. And just as a note in terms of the architecture and design of the infrastructure, I really think that the intentional use of the textured concrete, the permeable sidewalks that are not really curb and guttered sidewalks, they really match the mountain environment. And while I think that the Gable development up the street, down the street, is kind of cool, it's still a big imposition in a ski chalet, Aspen kind of, it's like Aspen and Boulder with good architecture and quality materials. What I like about this is that the 2,200 square foot maximum unit size kind of enforces a modesty that matches well with the existing environment and the buildings that are going to be retained. So, all in all, I think it's that along with the affordable component, which is a huge component of our comprehensive plan update, make this a really compatible project with our updated BVCP policies.
Great. I'll call myself. I totally agree with everything you said, Harmon and Peter. I think I'm super happy to see us getting a project that's got on-site integrated affordable units of a mix. I think it's just a socially super positive thing for us to have as an outcome. And as an architect, I talk to clients all over the country who are trying to figure out how to do something like that. And it's darn near impossible without it actually coming through a place like the city of Boulder. So that's one thing that we have, I guess, ourselves to thank for it. I also agree that the adaptation of the design to the landscape and to the place is really, really appropriate and really well done and nicely finessed. I think the Gable project down the street, I think, is a lot more of a sort of fantasy mountain town thing, whereas this is much more of the place and of the time and of the materiality. So I think that's it's done really, really well. And I think the design guidelines are very thoughtful, and it was interesting to go through the process of kind of banging around with you guys. I also think that it's a great reuse of the property. I mean, these are sort of like very, very auto-dominated uses that were completely obsolete. And so we found ourselves with a brownfield site, more or less, that needed to be reused. And I think we found a way of reusing it. We, larger we, meaning you, found a way of reusing it that really is totally lined up with the comp plan. So I think that's great.
I think this is consistent with site review criteria and comp plan policies, and I think you've done a nice job in laying this out and designing it. So congratulations. I do regret that the Anderson ditch isn't being utilized more as an amenity. I understand very well the desire to underground the ditch by the ditch company itself, but I think it could be an amenity that many would appreciate, but I recognize the constraints that you're dealing with in that.
100%.
Okay, well, I think this was actually the annexation and the concept review were in the first meeting that Peter and I were in after being appointed to planning board. So it's really interesting and fun to see this come to us. And what I was really struck by was how
so much of that heavy lifting that we did just kind of assured the outcome that we see today. I see a lot of consistency with what we asked for. A lot of the things that we asked for were listened to. You mentioned the Aspen and Boulder thing. A lot of the concepts that were presented in terms of how the buildings would look struck us as being a little too ski-lodgy, and I think that this design patterns really put a lot of that to rest. We can really see that these will be very appropriate. Everything kind of stayed where it was going to be, and all of the expectations that we had about the mix of affordable housing were met. So I was very impressed by that. So yes, I think that it's very much in line with the comp plan. I think that we see that there's also the alternative transportation fund associated with this site as well, which I think is provides an incentive to reduce car use, and that's great as well. Also, the density conforms to the zoning, so that's a real plus. So I think that I would say that it does a really good job of conforming to BVCP policies and the site review criteria.
Great. Sarah?
I agree with Harmon, which makes us.
All right. We're all going to fist bump on that, I think.
And although I realize this is not under site criteria, I do continue to want to just put out there the concern about the light, and I realize we don't have control over that, or any say over it, but I could just see that the light coming from the homes sort of changing the night sky for folks in Boulder, and I think that's worth just bearing in mind.
Yeah, Harmon?
Okay, and for the sake of the record, I want to talk a little bit about the modifications. So along with our finding of consistency with the site review criteria, I want to explicitly say that I think that a 5% parking reduction is really de minimis in a project like this with small units. And that doesn't concern me at all. I think that can meet the criteria. I think the height modifications are totally reasonable given site topography. And then the questions about the pattern book being adequate to ensure the neighborhood compatibility pieces of the site review criteria. I think the level of prescriptiveness in the pattern book and the success we've had in other communities that have used that strategy, I'm comfortable with not having every building designed to the Nats posterior on the actual plans that we're seeing today. So if anybody has any other, those are the three areas that I thought we needed to put on the record.
That's great.
I just wondered if maybe Charles or Elaine might have any words about how the dark skies ordinance might help us with the topography. I don't know of anything, but maybe there is something in there, or is it just kind of?
There really isn't anything that speaks to the topography. It really is about the overall site lighting design and our standard light trespass regulations. As we said earlier, we don't regulate the light that's being emitted from inside of a structure. So anything that gets installed out there will be, reviewed for compliance with the dark skies ordinance.
Yeah, and if any of you wants to, the previous, I guess it was one of the two site reviews we saw earlier tonight had a lighting map in it, and the way we're required to do that as applicants is you actually have to take into consideration every single fixture on the outside of the building, what it's shaped like and what the shape the light is that comes out of it, cast that on the ground, and the city has minimum maximums at different places, and there's a rule that regardless of topography, that no light can trespass off of that. So actually, I think that calculation would mean that you're not going to get a lot of light, but that's exterior lighting, not interior lighting.
I would keep in mind that it's not going to be individually subdivided, so when you talk about light trespass, it's on the exterior of the site, not the interior.
Right, yeah, the perimeter of the overall site, yep. I want to make one other comment, which is a little bit off topic, but it's just more of a suggestion to you guys as you think about how you craft your HOA documents in the future, and also for Beth back there, because they're already on top of this line of thinking. The great thing about this is you have a rich mix of affordabilities and a mix of financial capacity inside the community, and that is mutually beneficial in a lot of ways. The piece that the city controls is essentially the initial price and then how quickly that price escalates over time through the deed restriction. What we don't really control is the operating costs and how they're distributed through the HOAs. So I think it's worth considering, and the city can't require this, and I'm not sure if there's any involvement from the housing side, but it's nice to take a look at whether or not it's possible to have essentially a slightly differential rate for HOA fees between market rate and affordable units. Because what we found over time is, especially in for sale condos, you might have somebody who has a home payment of like $600, but then a HOA payment of $445. And that can become pretty difficult over time and a little bit unstable for the community. So it's just kind of worth thinking about, not part of our criteria at all.
I'm just going to add to that in a kind of a cautionary sense that while I agree with Brian, I think that if you make the differential between the market rate and the affordable units, monthly HOA fee or quarterly HOA fee too much, then you get this potential of people feeling like others are freeloading off of their maintenance payments. And so you have to walk a really fine line and balance that.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, I mean, luckily HOAs rarely result in any hard feelings anywhere. So that sounds like we've tackled key issue number 1. Who wants to talk about key issue number 2, the annexation agreement amendment, which basically is the vacation of the extension of Arapahoe? John?
Well, I've had a good deal of heartburn over that because in general, I think we need to be really careful about vacation of rights-of-way, but I think the logic that was used by staff in this matter seems reasonable to me, and therefore I support it.
Great. Does anyone disagree or agree with that?
Well, I'll just mention, I went back through the notes that I took in concept or annexation, and we, everyone up here said that some flexibility would be needed on that because we recognized that it was a weird case, and so I think that, just knowing where we were at then, I feel pretty comfortable with this.
Great. Thanks, David. Anyone else want to talk on that?
No, I think it's fine.
Okay, great. Are we, anyone interested in making some motions or further discussion on anything? John?
I'll move to recommend to City Council approval of the annexation agreement amendments as they are consistent with the overall goals and policies of the comprehensive plan pertaining to annexation, as well as the intent of the original annexation terms.
Great. I'll second that. Anyone want to speak to the motion? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. Does anyone want to make a second motion about the site review?
I will. I would move to approve site review case number LUR 2018-00005, adopting the staff memorandum as findings of fact, including the attached analysis of review criteria and subject to the recommended conditions of approval.
Great. I'll second that too. Does anyone want to speak to the motion? Great. I'll go ahead and call the question. All in favor? Aye?
Aye. Aye.
Great. Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, guys. You're on to step 734 of about 810. Yeah. So you see that whole process written up there, and it's like, God, that looks so easy.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, guys.
Great work.
It's like answers every question I had.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and continue while you guys are kind of wrapping up here, because we don't have a lot left to do and no need for a real break right now. So there's kind of two things. One is we've got a, do see if you can be a little quiet in your exuberance out there, but congratulations. So we've got one matter on the agenda, and then we'll talk about one other thing too. There's basically an informational item from Greenways on their capital improvement program, and if you want to provide feedback on it, you can do that directly to Harmon, who's the... It's John. Is it John?
It's John.
Is it John? Okay, all right. I'll have to go back and look at my notes. No, I believe you. So it's John. Congratulations, John. So if you have any kind of feedback for Greenways, send it along to John, and he can convey it to them. And if you have any questions of staff on that, you can email Katie Knapp directly on it, I think, and she can answer it.
Is there a deadline for the feedback?
Yeah, there's a deadline on that, which is...
Greenways is having their meeting, but on August 8th, and so they would appreciate your feedback, of course, prior to that, and any and even sooner than that, so they can compile everything from all the boards.
Great, so
Sorry, and where will we find the documents?
It's in your packet.
It's in the packets, okay.
it's actually pretty minimal. This is the last few pages of it.
Sorry. Flew the last 3 days.
It's the most painless
Wasn't really looking.
element you've ever seen, actually.
Yeah, it's the easiest part of the whole thing, probably. Okay, so then we have one other question, which is, David?
Oh, yeah. The dates for my trip to New Zealand have sort of come to fruition. So I would be leaving on September 15th and returning on November 6th, which would mean I would miss 1 meeting in September and 2 in October if I did not come back for a meeting.
So you're going to say if you don't come back.
Well, I'll be back. I'll be back for the first meeting in November.
Go to New Zealand and they just never come back.
I know it's going to be a really tough time for me. Yeah.
Yeah, my compassion button's all worn out.
Crying
Sorry.
over all the,
Yeah.
but
One dibs on your bike.
yeah, so you can use the bike while I'm gone. Big Blue, I call him Big Blue, and so so we can as the agendas get formed, if something really important comes up, we could think about whether I would, make a trip back or whatever. But otherwise, I'll probably miss 3.
I just want to make sure that the board is all okay with him missing 3 meetings.
That's what I was going to say, yeah. I think so. I mean, we basically, I think there's an encouragement to not have unexcused absences, but I think we, as a group, can excuse those absences. And is it us who does that, or is it city council? I think it's us.
You can excuse it,
Okay.
yes.
And do we need a motion for that, or can we just agree sort of as a nod?
I mean, you might as well make a motion, and it'll give David comfort.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion that we excuse David for his expressed vacation dates, as long as he brings us back.
Yeah, there's a condition.
Presence.
A koala.
We'll have presents. And also,
Cindy wants a koala.
Part of the reason for this, I was going to leave after the 2nd September meeting, like a week after the 15th, but it turns out that the university that's hiring my husband to do this teaching assignment requires the spouse to stay for the entire duration of the teaching assignment.
You're forced to stay in New Zealand.
And so I'm forced.
Wow.
Wow. Well, how much does that cost you?
Well, they pay for the spouse to go.
No, I mean the statement, getting that statement from them.
Yeah, pretty fantastic. So is there a second? Okay, cool.
Anyway, just
I'm
wanted
going to want to speak to
I
this
seconded the motion
afterwards. It isn't
without
actually about his not being here. It's about the consequence of, I was just looking at my schedule, and I know what my travel schedule is, or I'm beginning to figure out what my travel schedule is. What do we all need to know so that we can help applicants have a quorum? Because I know that there'll be times when I'll be gone when David is gone.
Yeah, just speaking to the process, I mean, typically, it's pretty usual for folks to miss a meeting here or there. And what we try to do is do a calendar check at the end of a meeting, or if you know in advance, and you can just tell Cindy over email or bring it up if we don't do a calendar check, I'm going to be gone in December and I'm going to miss a meeting, then that helps people plan. And then, often Cindy's been doing a quorum check for us before the meeting and saying like, hey, are you really all going to be there or not? Just to double check things. But since, and we've actually, in the time I've been on the board, we've never actually, I don't think, excused anybody's absences as a board, but since David's got a bigger trip and he's missing 3 in a row, that's something I think we raised to David asked to raise it to the level of sort of asking us for permission, so.
Right. So I appreciate that, and I just want to make sure that I understood how to not screw up everybody else's stuff with my own travel.
Well, one thing too, if people are going to miss one of those 3 meetings, it's all the more important to, I guess, speak up, because then we get closer to not having a quorum.
Got it.
Yeah.
And then we can think about a provision that allows us to appoint a substitute for an individual meeting if we're going to be really short.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can't do that.
I'm not sure that's...
Yeah, it's very limited in a situation where that can occur.
So what are the limitations?
Well, I haven't looked.
I will call the question.
It's the city council who appoints.
The city council appoints it, but there are conditions to it, and it has to be from the roster, but Hella will tell us.
Yeah, okay.
First, let me go ahead and get allow us to vote on this thing that we've got a motion sitting here. waiting, and David is like dying to find out if we're going to say yes or no. So, all in favor?
Wait, are there any friendly amendments? I thought we were going to add
True.
conditions to the approval.
If you want to have conditions, I think.
I don't know
Like
what,
Cindy wants us to add a condition around the bike.
And she wants a koala.
Oh, she wants.
We get the koala.
Hello, plug your ears.
Big Blue goes from David to Cindy.
I thought they were from us.
they have parrots, they need cars.
Cindy wants Cindy.
And they're an
gets, don't worry
endangered
about it.
species now.
Can't bring them across international.
And if you are going to be absent, the sooner you know, the better.
I will let you know.
Because not only is it nice for me to know, for all of you to know, but it's nice for the planners to know
Yeah.
as well, so they can inform their applicants, hey, we're only going to have 5 board members. It's important to them.
Yeah,
They
I
like
will
to
let you
know that
know.
as well.
Yep.
Let you know.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, cool. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I guess I'll vote
You
aye.
get to vote aye, so it passes unanimously. David gets to go have fun without us.
And Harmon is actually right. There is an opportunity to appoint an alternate board member due to anticipated absence of a board member, so
But
that is an option.
appointed by council
Yeah, by the mayor.
or mayor.
Which I think, again, I don't think it's happened once since I've been on the board, maybe once.
We've had it happen a couple of times, I think.
We did it on another board that I was on.
I know we talked about it once, but I'm not sure, I don't think it actually.
Yeah, I remember, I do remember that we appointed a couple of people, and I forgot what the reasoning for that was, and then I remember that Mary and Sam both went to council. Maybe it was during that time.
I think that was actually the moment where we had the shortage of folks for a period of 3 or 4 months, and we had a little bit of a difficult time. But I'm not sure we brought back.
Or maybe it didn't work that time because it wasn't actually an absence of a board member because they no longer were a board member.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, they
their
were no longer board
complication,
members,
yeah.
so we couldn't trigger that because they weren't an absentee. They'd been removed.
Well, I'll also go ahead and say this. If it really gets difficult, again,
don't do it.
I hate to say this, but
Don't even say it. We'll deal with it when it comes
Well,
up.
see, I've got almost 1 million miles on United, and so flying back
I'm going
would
with you
actually
then.
get me 1 million miles faster, even though it's horrible for the.
I know my condition.
Peter has a condition.
There's 6 of us, and if we get a half your miles, so 50,000 divided by 6.
So you're negotiating bribery on it. Okay, so I think we finished our meeting unless, Cindy, do you have anything else for us? Hala, anybody? Chris? Any good jokes?
Happy recess. We're not back until July 25th.
Yeah, and this is it for. And I think I won a bet tonight. I think Harmon was betting we wouldn't get out here till 11:15.
You never said anything about the over.
You bang the gavel, please.
All right, fine.
Good job sharing.
All right, thanks. I appreciate it. Good job being chaired.
Thank you.
Good job.
Live from Paris, en France 24.